We are live, are we? Happy days. Oh, we are live, people. We are live. Right. I need to make sure Rumble is live. Oh, I don't need to do that, do I? I need to do it this way. Whoop, ba, 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 da, ba, ba, ba. Right. There. Just going to start it off on Rumble, that's all. So there we are. Yeah, I don't like this. Why is my green screen not properly working? I got a fucking light on it, but it doesn't really work. I can never understand it. Ba-ra-ra-ra. Yeah, I don't know. Is it? People say, "Oh, you should use a blue light and stuff." Would blue work better? I don't know. I don't know. It's just annoying me though because the outside of me is like fuzzy and this part's fuzzy. Front to. I don't know. I don't understand. But anyway, we're here. We're here. It's not that big a deal. You're right. No point crying over spilt milk, as they say. Right, I just need to get this bloody thing up now then. Right, let's go and see. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Yeah, I will get it now. Don't you worry. Don't you worry about a thing. Cause everybody is gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing. Cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. You know the drill. Like and subscribe or like and follow and rumble. You know what makes me happy. You make me happy. La 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 la. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Dee 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 dee. Bam 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 bam. Bam 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 bam. Ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Right, we're all set up anyway. It's just now waiting. Just wait for them. So, if you're on Rumble, please give this a like and a follow. If you're on YouTube, please give it a like and a subscribe if you haven't done so already. I'll tweet out now. Once I get to a certain amount on Rumble, I'll just start streaming directly from Rumble because it seems to be better. It's just I need more followers on Rumble. Okay, okay. Right, I'm just going to tweet out that we are now live. Now live and we're now dancing. But we're not dancing because they're not here yet. But they normally start ish on time. I said yesterday that they don't never start on time. As I said that, they came on screen and started like a minute early. We're now live. Come join. Now live, right? I'm going to share the YouTube link. I know Rumble, I know we should be sharing the Rumble link, I know, but I'm sharing the YouTube link instead. Because people some seem to trust YouTube a lot more. Even though I've got more followers in Rumble, and more people watching in Rumble by 100-fold. But I don't know. I still feel I've got to share YouTube. Alright, then, people. Damn it, I haven't got a bloody thing on it. Okay, for share the other one then. Fine. Add. Tweet. Send now. So just sharing that. Sorry, Rumble, what were you saying? I'm not answering you, Rumble. Can you please start liking this video? Do, 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 do. Right, I tweeted it out. I know, I should be using Rumble, I know. Let's give YouTube a chance, right? Fuck. Right, that's a bit. Oh, I bet it was my phone. My phone was going off. Say hello in chat, whoever's around. I don't know who's here, so if you'd like to hide, then you're in the right spot because I don't know who's here. Sal, are you here? Because you're normally here. Carwyn, you're normally here. Stacy, you're normally here. Gio, I've not seen Gio for a while, so she's not here. Shannon normally pops in at this time as well. But so does most people at this time pop in, but they're not here today, that's for sure. And then on Rumble, let's get ready, let's get ready, let's get ready to rumble. Who's your Rumble? Give it a like, guys, and give it a follow, please. And on YouTube, just give it a like. Let's go. I love this like rainbow color screen they use. They use it all the time. I don't know. Right, fuck off. I've had enough of this light. I got a light on me, and I don't like it. We'll switch off. It's only because they say put a light on you to try and cover the edges from the green screen. I can't do it. So sorry about any. Let's have a look. Have I got? It's not that bad. Can see my little pillows there. It's not that bad, is it? It's okay. It's bearable. Right. Let's get that screen back on. Yeah. So I've no idea. I have no idea who is here. All the usual suspects normally have spoken by now. Um, it's all good. If you don't speak, that's fine. I don't care. It's all good. We're here for a good time or a long time. And if you are new to this channel, then we don't normally speak over the trial, but in between, you have to bear with me because I do speak. So put some subtitles on if you don't understand me. And just to let people know, we do swear a little bit on this channel. Here we go. And this defendant, he is, well, if he chooses to, it looks like he'll be taking a stand today. Poor guy, was shit day yesterday. Fucking hell. Right, is my volume up there? Yes. Right, that's fine. Rumble, right. Rumble, I love you. You're great viewers, right? But why don't you follow? I don't get it. I don't understand why you don't follow. It's literally a button. It's free. You just press it. Follow it. I literally I have to pay $10 a month for Rumble, right? So I can actually stream. If I get literally two more followers, I don't have to pay anymore. It's free. So although it doesn't seem like a big deal, it is a big deal to me, guys. Please follow it. Follow me, the alternate corner. Don't have to pay anything.
Okay.
Don't you right? I'll shut up. And if you're on YouTube, please like the video as well. Appreciate that. Cheerio in. or on the way in. Somebody's liked it on YouTube. Thank you very much. And people questioned about the witness yesterday and her mother. They weren't on TV. Now, if you remember on day one, the judge said everyone could be filmed, but there's an agreement between the prosecution and the media that they won't film the mother and the
Right, folks, good
victim.
morning. So as you're getting out your
So-
notebooks and before the state calls its next witness, just wanted to let you know the schedule this morning. What I'm going to attempt to do is work right up until noon, maybe about a 5-minute break around 11. I have a number of hearings at noon that'll probably take me close to the full hour, so we'll take our lunch from noon to 1. Okay? State, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Katie Swango.
Okay, so lunch today is at noon, 5 o'clock my time. Lunch, come dinner early. Right, let's see who this person
Right,
is.
good morning. I could ask you to remain standing just for a moment and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Swango.
Good morning.
Can you please state your first name, last name, and spell your last name for the record?
Katie Swango, Swango.
Where do you currently work?
I work for the forensic lab, the State Police Forensic Laboratory.
In what capacity?
I am a criminalist, but my area of expertise is serology and DNA.
Can you describe what your duties are at the state lab?
Sure. So as a criminalist, I'm going to be looking at physical evidence. And again, my area of expertise is serology and DNA. So identifying body fluids and then figuring out who they belong to. But I also, in addition to doing the actual lab work, I review other people's work. I am the technical leader in our unit, so I'm responsible for all the protocols and training and making sure that we're following all of the rules set forth to be DNA analysts in this country.
So just want to ask you some questions about what it takes to become a criminalist at the Hampshire State Lab. Do you have to go to any schooling before becoming a criminalist?
So to be a criminalist, as I said, we have all different specialties in the laboratory, but to be a DNA analyst in particular, we have very specific rules that are set forth by the FBI as far as what qualifications we have to have. So besides having a degree in a science, like biology, chemistry, forensic science, something like that, you have to have taken specific classes, including biochemistry, molecular biology, genetics, and statistics for population genetics. So you have to have those to be a DNA analyst anywhere in the country.
So Ms. Swango, did you go to school?
I did.
And where did you go to school?
So after regular elementary high school, I went to college at Carnegie Mellon University, which is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then I got a PhD in human genetics in Richmond, Virginia at the Medical College of Virginia.
So after finishing your PhD, do you have to undergo any specialized training in order to be able to perform as a DNA analyst?
So the training that I underwent, and most analysts, it's more when you finally get a job in the field. A lot of our training is on the job training or going to classes once you've gotten a position and they're going to train you. So when I first left graduate school, I got a job in California, and I worked for their Department of Justice in a DNA laboratory. And while I was there, first I wasn't doing casework at all. I was working in method development and training because that was research was my background. So that's what I was doing first. Then I was able to get into one of their casework training programs, and I was doing that for about 18 months. It's not like I was remedially trained, but that's about how long the training program took there. About 18 months of classes and We had a trainer who would teach us, besides teaching, telling us lab work, teaching us how to best look at your evidence and stuff like that. So that was for about 18 months. Then I took a competency test and I could do my own testing there. And when I came here, it was much more abbreviated because I was already a trained analyst. So I just had to learn how to do what I already knew how to do, but with the methods that the New Hampshire State Police was using at the time.
So when were you qualified to perform analysis in New Hampshire?
That was, I would say, somewhere June, July of 2008.
So since 2008, have you been qualified as an expert before in forensic serology?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I've testified probably about 40 times.
So, Your Honor, at this time I move to qualify the witness as an expert in forensic serology and DNA analyst.
Any objection?
No objection.
Right, she'll be so qualified. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Ms. Wong, I just want to start by talking about this particular case. How did you first become involved with this case that we're here for?
So in our unit, what we have been doing, it looks like I started this in December of 2022. So at that time, we were starting to pull cases instead of actual hard copy files that we used to have. We're trying to be more paperless. So whenever I had time to work on a DNA case, I would go into the computer, just find the next cases in line numerically, which is they're assigned numbers as they come in the door. So might not be when in the order in which the alleged crimes occurred, but it's when the evidence came to the lab. So I picked this amongst a batch of other cases, and it wasn't like assigned to me. I assigned it to myself when I had time to start a batch of cases.
So once you assign yourself a case and you're able to view what's within the computer, what evidence did you have to work with in this particular case?
So I had one swab that was a swab of hash brown, so hash brown potatoes, that had been swabbed by a serologist in our unit. And so that had been found positive for saliva, so that I knew also how to continue my testing because I had to know what body fluid was on it. And then I also had a reference sample that was from Mauricio Guerrero.
So once you have a sample and you know that there is a positive or bodily fluids, how do you continue or how do you start analyzing those two substances?
Okay, so the first thing, we're always going to start with our evidence sample. I just take that evidence sample along with evidence samples from other cases, and I would extract them, which is just pulling the DNA out, find out how much DNA I have, just because our equipment has been validated and we know about how much DNA we have. So I figure out how much I have. I make copies of the DNA and run it through the genetic analyzer, at the end of which, this is very abbreviated, at the end of which I would have a DNA profile. And after the evidence has been started, that's when, once the evidence samples are extracted, you can start with your reference samples. And that's what I did. That's what the buccal swabs that I mentioned, those are known swabs. So we also refer to them as reference samples from a known person. So then they have the same process.
So just want to just talk about some of the results of which we're able to notice comparing these two samples. Can you describe for the jurors, based on the two samples that you had, what you were able to determine?
So I got from the hash browns a single source male profile. So I could tell it was DNA from only one person and it was male. And then I also had that reference sample and I got a single source male profile, as you would expect from a reference sample. And when you look at those two profiles side by side, they were the same. So the wording we would say is that they matched.
Can I have a brief moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Ms. Swanwell, I have no further questions for you at this time. Attorney Stark, and I have some questions for you.
Okay.
Attorney Starbranch, cross-examination. Thank you. Ma'am, you may step down. Your testimony is complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you're new to this trial, the defense are great. If they don't have a question, they just don't ask anything. They don't know. Carry on.
Call your next witness,
So
please.
they fly through them very quickly.
To the stand.
The defense were also ready to do closing arguments this afternoon. The judge was like, whoa, 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 let's just do it Monday, shall we? So today's going to be a quick day, I think. Depends if this guy goes on the witness stand or not, I think. Here we go. Is she fitting? I'm not sure.
When you reach the witness stand, you'll see that it opens up in the back. I'm just going to ask you to remain standing for a moment and raise your right hand.
Oh,
Do you swear
hello.
or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
I do.
Please be seated.
Right, let's catch your name now then.
Ms. Birdie, can you please state your first name, last name, and spell your last name for the record?
My first name is Kaylee, last name is Paradis, Paradis.
Where do you currently work?
Hold on one second. You might want to just push the microphone forward a little bit. If you stay about
After
6 or
today.
so inches away from it, you won't get that echoing.
Is this better?
Well, we'll see. All right, go ahead.
Where do you currently work?
I work at the New Hampshire Department of Safety State Police Forensic Laboratory.
In what capacity?
I am a criminalist 1 in the Pattern Evidence Unit.
How long have you been employed at the Hampshire State Lab?
It'll be 4 years just after February.
So can you describe what your general duties are at the Hampshire State Lab?
Sure, so in the Pattern Evidence Unit, I handle and physically examine physical evidence for the development of fingerprints. I perform comparisons with those developed fingerprints, and I formulate those results in reports, and I testify to those findings in court.
It's the best I could do, guys. Sorry.
Did you have to go or obtain any education prior to doing those duties?
Yes, so I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Biology from Western New England University, and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences from Boston University.
You mentioned that you do some analysis in fingerprints. Can you describe the training that you needed to obtain in order to be able to be qualified to analyze fingerprints?
So once I was hired at the laboratory, I completed an extensive 17-month training program, also known as the Resident Latent Print Training Program. In that, I was guided by 5 senior latent print examiners with a combined experience of about 80 years. I successfully completed numerous practical and written examinations in order to complete that program. I also performed latent print processing in about 150 cases to equate to approximately 500 individual items. I've also performed latent print comparisons in approximately 380 cases to equate to approximately tens of thousands of individual comparisons. And since training has been completed, I also continue my education in the field by attending conferences, lectures, and workshops.
Have you been qualified as an expert before?
Yes, I have,
How many times?
twice.
And have you been qualified as an expert in fingerprint analyst? As a fingerprint analyst?
Yes, that's correct.
So you're at this time able to qualify as a witness as an expert in criminology and fingerprint analyst.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, she'll be so qualified. Thank you. And can I just ask you, you don't have to to lean to the microphone. One of these days, we're going to get to the 21st century and we won't have this problem. But stay about 6 inches away or so. It's when you breathe into it that it makes it do that. Okay? All right, thanks.
So, just want to start by asking some general questions about some of the, names of the terms that you're looking for when you're going to analyze fingerprints. So, can you explain to the jurors what a friction-rich skin is?
So your friction-rich skin is the textured skin on the palmar surfaces of your hands, to include the palms and your fingers, and the plantar surfaces of your feet, to include the toes and the sole of the foot. And the purpose of this skin is actually to provide us with friction so we can grasp objects and surfaces better. And it's can be described as a series of hills, or what we call ridges, separated by valleys, or what we call furrows. And this type of skin is characterized by 3 levels of detail, levels 1, 2, and 3. Level 1 being general ridge flow, so the direction that the ridges flow, that is a class characteristic. Also pattern type, so arch, loop, or whirl. Level 2 are actually the ridge paths. So they don't flow continuously, they actually tend to end or split apart or join together. And those are observable minutiae, or level 2 characteristics that we can see in friction-rich impressions. And level 3 being really tinier details, such as the actual shapes of the ridges themselves and pore locations.
You mentioned the word fingerprint impression. What is a fingerprint impression?
So a fingerprint impression is basically a transfer or a recording of our friction-rich skin and its arrangements onto an object or a surface when we touch it. So I mentioned sweat pores, and we have sweat pores embedded into our skin that open up inside the ridges. So as we're going through our day-to-day, we're constantly secreting eccrine sweat, which is made up of several different components. And so you get this residue that coats your friction-rich skin, so that when you touch an object, you're essentially leaving behind a stamp or a recording of your friction-rich skin and its arrangements.
So besides a fingerprint impression, are there any other types of impressions that you look at?
Yes, so a fingerprint impression is just specifically an impression that comes from the finger. But when we talk about impressions, we also talk about friction ridge impressions, and that's just generally encapsulating any impression that comes from any area of friction ridge skin, so either on the hands or on the feet.
Can you describe how you compare fingerprints?
So a comparison is conducted by comparing all the levels of detail that I observed in the latent impression, which is a word for the evidence impression or the unknown or the evidence, the impression from the crime scene. And comparing all the levels of detail to what I'm noticing in the exemplar impression of the individual that I'm comparing it to. And I'm assessing any similarities or dissimilarities between all of those levels of detail. And that comparison is conducted side by side.
So I just want to ask you, now that we know those general principles and those general terms, I just want to ask you some specific questions about this case that we're here for today. Were you able to compare fingerprints for this particular case?
Yes.
And can you start by explaining what evidence or what were you able to review in order to make a comparison?
So there were 3 exhibits submitted to the lab. One exhibit, 22-194-PR, was a number of latent lifts. A lift is basically a mechanism used to preserve any developed fingerprints. And in this case, it was a black gel lift. So it's a piece of rubber gelatinous material, and it's adhesive. And it comes with a non-adhesive acetate sheet. So you place the sticky side onto the impression, and then you can essentially lift it off the surface, and you cover it with the acetate sheet to protect it. So I observed 6 of those for any suitable friction-rich detail. And I documented 2 impressions from those lifts, L1 and L2. I also examined 2 other exhibits that were a DVD of submitted images, and I also analyzed those for any suitable friction-rich detail and assessed and further designated impressions from one of those exhibits, which was 22-440-PR.
Going into your comparison, were you provided with the fingerprints or some evidence of the defendant?
Yes, exhibit 23-147-PR was a fingerprint record bearing the name Mauricio Guerrero.
Now, once you were able to compare those fingerprints, can you describe to the jurors what you were able to determine based on your training and experience?
So my conclusions were that latent impressions L1, L2, L20-A were identified to the right thumb impression of Mauricio D. Guerrero. I also identified latent impression L9-A, L9-B, L9-C, and L18 to be fingerprint impressions of Rachel Nunez.
You want to have a brief moment?
Yes.
It's Rachel Nunez, Sal, if you're still here. She's the OnlyFans.
So once you're able to provide, once you're able to document that those results in the comparison, does that conclude your involvement with the case?
Can you clarify that, please?
So how do you end your involvement once you're able to review those two comparisons?
Well, once I do my comparison, I relay those results to the submitting agency, and then I can write those results up, and that record gets technically and administratively reviewed before that report is sent out to the submitting agency.
Thank you, Ms. Ferry. I have no further questions for you at this time. Attorney Starvin might have some questions for you.
Cross-examination.
No questions, thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Your testimony is complete. You're excused. Thank you.
Defense don't give a shit. They're like, yep, next. Next. So Rachel Nunez was the full name of the OnlyFans model. She went by Isabel.
Would the state please call your next witness?
I'm just going to check which one is here.
Okay.
I don't think they've got that many left now. Be interested to see if he does testify.
So, Your Honor, the state calls Deputy Mason Krieger to the stand.
Morning, sir.
No chance.
If you could step into the witness box, I am going to ask you to remain standing for a moment and raise your
No
hand.
chance we're going to get this name right.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of
I
perjury?
thought it was,
Yes, Your Honor. Please.
I thought it was Stephanie. I thought it was a woman.
Good morning, Deputy Krieger.
Morning.
Can you please state your first name, and spell your last name for the record?
Yep, Mason Krieger, Krieger.
Where do you currently work?
Currently a deputy sheriff at Rockingham Sheriff.
How long have you worked for the Rockingham Sheriff's Department?
Just a little over a year.
Prior to working for the Rockingham Sheriff's Department, did you work anywhere else?
Yes, I did.
And where did you work?
The Somersworth Police Department.
Approximately how long did you work for the Somersworth Police Department?
Approximately 3 years.
So on February of 2022, were you working with the Somersworth Police Department?
Yes, sir, I was.
I want to direct your attention to February 12, 2022. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And while you were working for the Somersworth Police Department, were you asked to go to 34 Highland Street?
Yes, myself and Officer Major were dispatched to go down there.
So I just want to ask you some questions about what you observed when you arrived at the house. Was there an area that you were particularly focusing on?
Yes, we're focused on the C side of the building. So A side is the front, B side is the left, C side is the rear.
And what specifically were you focusing on the C, or the back side?
We're focused on the window.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Deputy Peter, I'm going to show you 3 separate images, and these have been already pre-marked for identification to States Exhibits 95, 96, and 97. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, sir, I do.
And does those images fairly accurately depict the conditions that you saw after you were Hampshire Street on February 12, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to just strike the ID and enter these as full exhibits.
Could you state the numbers again, please?
There are 95, 96, and 97.
Any objection?
No objection.
So the ID is stricken on 95, 96, and 97. They'll be full exhibits.
Permission to publish that to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
So, Deputy, can you explain, so you said this was the back side of the house. Specifically, where were you in the back side of the house?
So this is inside a little room that leads to the back. So the window is right there, and outside the window, that's where the backyard would be.
And why were you focusing on that particular window?
Because the residents called us stating that the window was not secured when it previously was.
So, were you able to observe anything that struck your attention from the inside looking to the outside of I guess, that building?
Yes, so there was a nail that appeared to be removed. And the resident owner stated that the nail was there to make sure that it would not move. But also the homeowner said that there was a chair there that was supposed to be in front of the window that was moved.
So you said that nail was no longer there?
Yes.
So, Deputy, what exactly are we looking at in this image?
So in this picture, this is outside now. I took a photograph of one of the window panes was broken. And I took a picture of that. Also, there are wooden paint chips that are colored white, which resemble the outside of the house as well.
Now, Deputy, can you describe what we're looking at in this image?
So this is a step back of the window taken from outside. As you can tell, I don't know if you can see in this picture, but one of the window frames is broken, and underneath it is where the wood paint chips would be, but also the piece of glass that was broken.
So Deputy, can you describe, I know you just described what you were able to observe.
Mhm.
Were you able to also manipulate that window that we were looking at?
Yes, as soon as I touched it, it fell over without any pressure whatsoever.
Was that how the window was designed to operate?
No, it was not. It was supposed to be secured.
Never, Your Honor?
Yes.
Deputy, can you describe how this window was meant to walk?
It is meant to slide from the right to the left if you're inside.
So you briefly mentioned a nail out of what was missing.
Yes.
So when you're looking at this window, where would the nail have been?
It would have been on the right side
And what would that nail, what was the purpose of that nail being there?
to prevent the window from sliding from right to left if you're inside, to secure it.
So if you're inside of the structure, the nail would be preventing the window from sliding.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to recover the nail?
I do not recall what happened with the nail.
So Deputy, I have no further questions for you at this time. I'm Attorney Starburns, I have some questions for you.
Thank you. Cross-examination.
No questions, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down. You're excused.
Fucking hell. 3 witnesses, half an hour. Done. Every trial was like this. I think we could learn lessons from this trial. If you've got no questions, don't ask anything. I think some people think they've got to ask questions. Brilliant. If I was a juror, I'd be appreciating this right now.
Your Honor, the state calls Deputy Richard Campbell to the stand, or I apologize, Detective Richard Campbell.
Morning, sir. When you step into the witness box, I'm just going to ask you to remain standing for a moment and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? I do. Please be seated.
Detective, can you please state your first name, last name, and spell your last name for the record?
Richard Campbell, Campbell.
Detective, where do you currently work?
I work at the Summersworth Police Department,
How long have you worked for the Summersworth Police Department?
going on 18 years now.
And in what capacity do you work at the Summersworth Police Department?
I am a detective currently with the Summersworth Police Department.
Were you a detective on February of 2022?
I was.
I want to point your attention to that time frame, specifically February 21st, 2022. Were you working that day?
I was.
And at some point during your shift, were you asked to go to 34 Hampton Street in Summersworth?
I was. I had met with, at the time, Detective Sergeant Sunderland, Captain Sunderland now, who would brief me on this investigation. He also asked that I respond to 34 Highland Street, as there had been a broken window located at the rear of the residence, the barn portion of the house. He also informed me that as a result of a search of Mr. Guerrero's phone, there was a video located.
Hold on. And what's the objection? It's just to explain the basis for what he did. So it's so, ladies and gentlemen, what he's about to explain is not offered for the truth, but only to explain why he did what he did. Okay? Go ahead.
Excuse me. He informed me that there was a video located and it appeared that it was a video of the interior of a window. He also explained to me that there were several photographs that were located on a phone, one being a modem with a serial number, one being a poem that was titled Dear Summer Raindrops, and also a image of a cell phone screen. He asked that I go to the residence to take a look around, secure more photographs, and see if I could locate these items to include a fireplace or a big screen TV.
So Detective, is it fair to say that you went to 34 Highland Street in order to basically document the scene with a different set of eyes?
Correct.
So I'm just going to start by asking you about some of the items that you were able to document. You first mentioned that you were, or not first, but one of the items that you mentioned was a fireplace.
Correct.
Were you able to document that fireplace?
I was able to document that. When I made entry into the residency, there was a box on the porch, large box. It did say fireplace. It had a UPS sticker on it. And what I noted about this box is there was a sticker on it that said 70 pounds or greater.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Detective, I'm going to show you a couple of images. These have been pre-marked for identification to State Exhibit 98 all the way till 104. Do you recognize these images?
I do.
And what are those what are those images of?
Those are the images of the box that I just described with the packaging stickers and the label stating the weight of the item.
So, did these images fairly inaccurately depict the condition of that box that you observed on the porch of 34 Hampshire Street?
It does.
Your Honor, I move to strike the identification and enter these as full exhibits.
All right, so the ID is stricken. Can you state the number again?
Yes, Your Honor, it's 98 all the way to 104.
ID stricken on 98 through 104.
Permission to publish to the jury?
Yes.
So, Detective, we're looking at State's Exhibit 98. Can you explain what you were documenting within that image?
What I was documenting in this image was the weight of the item in the box.
Why is that? Why was that something of concern for you?
Well, it was a concern to tell whether or not that this box could easily be moved by one person or more than one person.
And based on your training and experience, would a 70-pound or heavier than 70-pound item, would that be something that one person would be able to manage or lift on their own?
Sustained. Go ahead.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
I thought he was just approaching the witness, but not witness. Yeah, the witness must be approaching the judge. Yeah. What was in that box, in the £70 box? It's just £70 box? Well, up to £70.
So, Detective, we're looking at State's Exhibit 99. So was this also part of the same fireplace setup that you were documenting?
It is.
And are these labels included within all of the sides of this box?
Yes.
Now, approximately how big is, and now we're looking at State Exhibit 100, approximately how big would you say this fireplace is?
It was at least 5.5, 6 feet long approximately.
You mentioned that it was inside a porch.
Correct.
Can you describe the access to the porch?
Well, if you look at the top of the image, you'll see the bottom of the screen door. Once going through that screen door, that would be the driveway side of the residence on the western side of the property.
Now, so was that screen door? So was that porch already within the interior of the house?
Yes, to make it to the entrance to the interior of the residence, you would have to go through that screen door first, walk through the porch, and then into the residence.
We're now looking at State Exhibit 101. What were you documenting with this image?
I was documenting the label as well as the address on the label, which is 34 Highland Street, Somersworth, New Hampshire.
Now looking at State's Exhibit 102, primarily what were you documenting within this image?
Again, I would be documenting the weight of the package.
I'm not sure if you're able to tell from this image, it looks like it might be upside down, but I have State's Exhibit 103. Are you able to read who that package is addressed to? If you're able to.
The lighting. Yes, it would be Isabella Nunez. It's addressed to that name at 34 Highland Street.
So Detective, now that you were able to document that fireplace, are there any other items that you documented within the house itself?
Within the interior of the house?
Correct.
Correct. So prior to taking any additional photographs interior, I did speak to the homeowner, Victoria Borg, to explain that I would like to go ahead and do those photographs. I also spoke with Ms. Nunez, Rachel Nunez, and asked if I could look at her cell phone for the purpose of seeing her lock screen or home screen, if you would. She was able to do so and did so, and I took an image of that phone, and it did match the image located that detective, that Captain Sunderland had showed her.
Now, so besides the phone, any other items that you looked at inside the residence?
I did. Also in the living room, there was a modem, wireless modem. I did secure an image of that, and the serial number on the back of that modem did match the image that was located again on Mr. Guerrero's phone.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Detective, I'm now going to show you three separate images, and these have been pre-marked for identification. The State's Exhibit 117, 118, and 119. You recognize these images?
I do.
What are those images of?
These are the images of the modem that I just spoke of, the wireless modem.
Did those images fairly accurately depict the condition that the modem looked like when you were on 34 Highland Street?
It did.
So Your Honor, I need to strike the ID and enter these as full exhibits.
All right, without objection, 117 through 119 are full exhibits.
And permission to publish them to the jury?
Yes.
So, Detective, I think you briefly mentioned that, but where had you seen that modem before?
I had seen that modem before, again, in speaking with Captain Sunderland, who had located the image on Mr. Guerrero's phone.
And were you able to confirm that the serial number on the phone, the image that was in Mr. Guerrero's phone was the same serial number as the modem that you were physically looking at?
It was.
So, Detective, I now want to move from the inside of the house to the inside of the barn. Were you able to go to that area of the house?
I was.
And were you able to document any items within the barn?
I did. I located two tools. And I had asked, again, the homeowner, Ms. Bork, if there would be any items in there of Rachel's or any paperwork that would belong to Rachel. She informed me that the two totes that were in this barn potentially house, old school work from Rachel, and whatnot. So, in looking through that, in one of the totes, the red tote specifically, I did come across a binder that was titled Who I Am and Who I Was. In looking through this binder, I noticed that it contained various poems with the author of Rachel Nunes.
I approach you on. Sure, check them. I'm going to show you a couple of images. These are also pre-marked for identifications. The State's Exhibit 107 through through 123, and so it's 107 to 123, and they're all in order. Do you recognize these images?
I do.
And what are those images of?
These are the images of the red tote and blue tote I spoke of, as well as the binder located in the red tote.
So do all these images fairly accurately depict how the items looked inside the vault when responded to 34 Highland Street?
They do.
Your Honor, I move to strike the identification and through these as full exhibits.
There being no objection, and can you recite the exhibit numbers again?
Yes, Your Honor, it's 107 through 123.
All right, so the ID is stricken on those except 117, 18, and 19 were already admitted.
Permission to publish those to adjourn, Your Honor.
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm just going to start by having you describe where were those, so when you enter the barn, where were the totes located?
Well, the red tote was pretty much straight ahead in line of the entrance to the barn. The blue one was to the left as you enter the barn.
Now, why were the red and blue totes items that you were documenting when you were inside the barn?
They just struck my attention because as you can see that the blue top is slightly moved. It did look like there was paperwork. And as stated earlier, there was a poem that was located, an image of a poem located on the cell phone of Mr. Guerrero. And I, felt that maybe that would be an area where I may locate that if it was paperwork belonging to Rachel Nunes.
So I'm just gonna ask you, were the totes separated by categories?
They were not. They were just, in my opinion, they were just, schoolwork that was saved over the years.
So speaking directly of the blue tote, so what items were included within the blue tote that struck your attention?
Various paperwork, again, from what I believe to be when Rachel Nunes was a child and doing schoolwork, and various items that were saved over the years.
So you briefly mentioned poems and some artwork. Besides those two categories, were there any other items that were included within those, either the blue or the red tote?
Well, in the red tote, as I had mentioned, I came across a binder that was titled Who I Am and Who I Was. And again, there was various poems inside that binder.
So let's talk about the red tote itself. So what items were you documenting within this particular image?
So I was documenting the items in that red tote prior to moving them.
So you briefly mentioned a binder.
Correct.
Is this the binder that you were referencing?
It is.
And what was included within that binder?
Those were the poems. So as I noticed that they were poems, I started thumbing through them. When I was nearing the end of this binder, I did come across the poem that was titled "Summertime Rain," summer raindrops, dear summer raindrops, with the author of Rachel Nunes.
So is this the poem that you were referencing?
It is.
And where else had you seen this poem?
Again, I had seen that poem on an image that was located on Mr. Guerrero's cell phone.
So now, once you're able to document that there is in fact a poem that you've seen before, how do you preserve that to be able to take back to the police department?
Well, as you can see in the image, I labeled it number 4, and it was collected and brought back to the police department as evidence.
Now, Detective, what are we looking at in this image?
These would be pictures of Rachel Nunes and work that belonged to her.
And where were these images located?
Again, in the red tote.
So,
who's this then?
You mentioned that there was appeared to be some sort of binder as well. Can you describe what you were documenting within this image?
So this image here is documenting when I again was speaking with Victoria, the homeowner, Ms. Bork. She asked that or informed me that it appeared that in one of the upstairs bedrooms that a baby book had been moved, as well as a photo album. So upstairs in the room that Victoria had identified and Ms. Bork had identified, this was the baby book. What I'm documenting in this image is the fact that it had a small child on this baby book with a date of birth, the child being Ms. Nunes' child. The reason that this was significant to me is because this information was found in the possession of Mr. Guerrero.
No, Detective, did you make it till were you able to document all aspects of that baby book?
I just documented the baby book in itself, and then when opening the page, the child's name and date of birth.
And so where was this, where were you able to see the baby book itself?
Yes, I observed it and examined it prior to taking this photograph.
And where was it?
It was in one of the upstairs bedrooms of the residence.
Were you also able to So while you were upstairs, were you able to document any other items that were of concern to you?
Yes, so Ms. Bork, like I said, she had informed me that it appeared a photo album had been moved from underneath her bureau. And so therefore I did notice, and after she had pointed out the photo album, I would take photographs of that album that she indicated had been moved.
And what images were contained within that photo?
There would be images of Rachel Nunes.
So now, was this the photo album that you were documenting?
Correct.
And where were you physically able to see that photo?
I was, again, prior to taking this photograph, I was able to observe this.
And where were you in the house?
I was in, again, the upstairs bedroom.
Were there any other pictures besides Rachel's pictures included within that photo?
I did not see any other than Rachel.
Second, did you make it inside any of the other rooms?
I did it. I went through every room that was in the house to one room that was identified to be Rachel Nunes' room.
And were you able to document any items inside of Rachel's room?
In that room, I did document a large screen TV.
Approximately how big was this TV?
My memory, it was greater than 60 inch.
And macro shot?
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm showing you two separate images. These are pre-marked for identification to States Exhibit 105 and 106. Do you recognize these images?
I do.
And what are those an image of?
These would be the images of the screen, big screen TV that I had just spoke of.
That both of these images fairly accurately depict the condition and how you were able to observe the TV that day.
There.
All right, move to strike entity and enter these as full exhibits.
All right, there's no objection to 105 and 106, and you may publish.
So, Detective, you briefly mentioned that, but where within the house were you when you took this image?
This image was identified to be Rachel Nunes' bedroom.
And you said it was a slightly large TV. Approximately how big would you say it was?
I would say it was greater than 60 inch for sure.
There any, or was that TV in the room next to any other items of significance to you?
It was sitting on what I believe to be some type of entertainment center or bookshelf.
And so in this image, was that the entertainment center that you just described?
Correct.
Detective, now that you have been able to document multiple different items of the house, did you return to the police station?
I did.
And let's talk about what you did back at the police station. Can you describe for the jurors how did you, or what was the next step in your process looking at these items and what you did after that?
Well, in my next step, what I did is the album containing the poems had various cellophane pages. That's what the poems were sleeved in. I would select various pages from this album and process them for potential latent prints, fingerprints, if you will. And during that process, using what we call a super glue fuming, I was able to generate numerous latent prints from these various pages.
How did you conclude your involvement with this case?
So the prints I spoke of, I photographed those prints and then would later send those to the New Hampshire State Lab.
Can I have a brief moment?
They love a brief moment with a judge. I wonder how many more witnesses they got today.
So, Detective, I just have a few questions for you. Were you able to look at any of the windows on the outside of the residence?
I was, prior to making my way interior, I did examine the exterior of the residence.
Now, was there anything that you did with those windows as part of your investigation?
Yes, during the photographing, I located a window on the eastern side of the property, on the basement side of the house, which would have been underneath the barn location of the house. My attention was drawn to that window because I had noticed some damage. Further examining the window, I noticed that there was a piece of wood removed from a portion of this window. Again, my attention was drawn to this area, and I had noticed some red paint transfer and what appeared to be a pry bar mark on this window. That was photographed and documented. Prior to moving forward with this window, I had done some what we call casting or tool casting on the pry marks. That casting was collected and later sent to the New Hampshire State Lab.
Can you just briefly explain the process of creating a casting of a tool mark?
So once you locate the area or the point of interest, there is a material that you can use that you would put into the area of the mark. Once it hardens, it's like a putty, if you will. You can remove that putty and it would take the impression that was left behind from any tools and leave it in the putty that can be later sent in comparison to any kind of tool or pry bar that may have been used.
How many castings did you were able to create based on the windows that you looked at?
On this particular window that I'm describing, I did one, but I did know that it was consistent to pry marks that were on a bay window on the eastern side of the property that officers had identified originally when they responded. I did know the same or very similar pry marks on this window, and I did the castings of those as well.
So, Detective, which side of the house were those castings taken out?
If you're looking at the property standing on Highland Street, the small window that was in the basement portion would be to the left of the resident on the eastern side of the residence. The two additional castings that I took were on the right side of the residence, which would have been the eastern side of the residence, and there were two castings done on that bay window.
Yes. So, Detective, I'm going to show you a diagram that was created of the house. It's been admitted as State's Full Exhibit 16. Can you point out to the jurors where are two windows, two sides that the castings were made?
So on my first casting, which was the window on the, would be this window here, the one underneath on the basement below the barn, that was where one casting was done. On this side of the residence, you can see, I believe this depicts the bay window I spoke of. There were two castings on that window, and I casted those two.
So, Detective, besides creating a casting and being able to document that to be sent to the Hampshire State Lab, as you already mentioned, did you do anything else with the trim of the house?
Yes, so on the rear of the residence, there was on the rear of the barn, There was another window that was found to have damage to it. This was the window that I earlier spoke of and having a conversation with Captain Sunderland that was later observed by Mr. Bork to have been damaged. I went to that area, documented that window with photographs. In that area, I also noted, the damaged glass. I also noted this window had previously been boarded up, which Ms. Bork had indicated that her brother had boarded this window up. She told me she had the window that was there inside the residence, but in further examination around the window, I did notice more red paint transfer on the wood trim. There were some additional broken pieces that were still attached to the barn. I noticed that these pieces of wood still had indentations, which was consistent to being, having a prior buyer used to damage this window. Those trim pieces were collected as evidence and later sent to a lab.
So, Detective, how do you normally label the property numbers that are being sent to the state lab?
So prior to collecting them, as you saw on the poem book, I would put a number next to a photograph that when it brought back to the police department in our system, we would issue that a property number that would be specific to that case.
So, what was the total of items after you were able to gather all of the silicone or the castings and the tool marks and that which you just testified about the piece of wood? What's the total number of items that you were able to send to the New Hampshire State Lab for testing?
I believe the castings were sent, the wood was sent to the state lab, as well as the disc of images from the latent prints off the cellophane that I was able to generate.
Do you know the property numbers of the tool marks that you were able to observe?
Without looking at the report, I wouldn't be able to tell you that.
Turner, may I approach?
Yes.
So, Detective, I'm going to show you two separate reports from the New Hampshire State Lab. The first one that I'm going to send you, or I'm going to show you, is some fingerprints that were analyzed. So you just mentioned that there were some discs and some images that you were able to recover from the house. So can you identify the property numbers of the discs that you were able to send to the New Hampshire State Lab?
Yes, one of the property numbers would be 22-237-PR. Another disc would have been labeled 22-440-PR.
Now, I just want to ask you specifically, on the second page, when you're looking at some of the prints that were identified, it looks like there's an L20 and L20A. Were those images, were those prints included within the disc that you sent to the New Hampshire State Lab?
They were.
So now I'm going to show you another report. These are some of the items that you were able to document on that day as well. So what was the total number of items that were sent to the New Hampshire State Lab?
There were a total of 5 items sent to the New Hampshire State Lab.
And what were those?
One of them was a red pry bar, the other being silicone coating or the castings. There were two of those actually, and then there was a segment of wood. So there were three total overall castings, the silicone castings that I did, the pry bar and the wood trim.
Now, what were the property numbers of the castings that you were able to obtain?
One of the property numbers, forgive me, I'm gonna have to pull out my glasses. One of the property numbers was 22-358 PR. One of the castings was 22-351 PR, and the other one was 22-352 PR.
So were all those property numbers that you just listed the same items that you were able to gather, document, and then subsequently send to the Hampshire State Lab?
Correct.
So Detective, after being able to document those items and send them over to the Hampshire State Lab, does that conclude your involvement with this case?
It did.
So Detective, at this point, I have no further questions for you. Attorney Starkman might have some questions.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Detective Cameron. I have no questions.
Good morning.
Sir, that completes your testimony. You're excused. Thank you. Folks, why don't we take, let's try to keep it to within 10 minutes. I know it's hard for a group of 13 folks to take a break in 10 minutes, but let's try to do it. We'll come back in at 11:25, and then we're only working until noon, and then we'll have lunch.
Cool, right, good. We'll start the toilet, I'll be back then.
Oh, okay.
Expert, and then the officer that did the final interview with the defendant.
Oh, all right, all right. I thought yesterday you had said there was 5 witnesses to
Yes,
go.
and I forgot
that,
one, so it was-
that was 5. So, all right. Okay, good. So we'll get started again at 11:25. And then we'll probably go into the afternoon, it sounds like.
I don't think very much.
Okay. So what we'll do after the evidence is complete. So first of all, you're not calling any witnesses other than potentially Mr. Guerrero.
Yeah.
I'll have that discussion with him after the noon hour, whether he's choosing to testify or not.
Yes, sir.
And then we'll do jury instructions.
Thank you.
Okay?
So you're taking no closings. I know we talked about that.
Well,
I have
the way things, what's that?
actually have a few what we should close that. I have jury instructions I have to submit, I have to argue about instruction on that last night.
Yeah, yesterday we talked about your case, state's case would likely go into early afternoon and not close today. The way things were going this morning, I was starting to change my mind, but it looks like we're going to drift into the afternoon anyway. Maybe.
Just want to make sure if I'm having lunch hour or lunch hour right with
Yeah, I think you're having a lunch hour, like a real one.
Thank you.
The first one in forever.
Few days, yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, good. We'll come back in less than 10 minutes now.
Thank you.
I just say now, I always do that. Speak one of the mics on, off. I hope I didn't miss anything important there. I just need to go to the toilet quickly. Yeah, we've only got another half an hour till lunch, so not long to go now. Checking what else is going on. Oh, hang on. Oh, Blockbuster Bites on Rumble. Thank you very much, sir or woman, madam. Thank you so much for following. I'm literally one away from not having to pay anymore, but I would pay until I get a few more. Do you know what I mean? But thank you for following the channel. Really appreciate that. For those that don't know, I've just posted again. I literally am one away from not having to pay subscription fees to Rumble to stream. I might move everything to Rumble anyway, moving forward, because I get a lot more viewers on Rumble than on YouTube. That's for sure. So we'll see. We'll see. So anyone else that wants to do it, please follow the channel. It's free. So Blockbuster Bites, thank you very much. I really appreciate the follow, my kind man or woman. Bum, bum. Mel, is Melissa around today? Sal is in and out, I think. Melissa might be here. Carwyn might be here. Um, Stacy, Gio's not here. I also get a lot of people coming in just to check the chat, see if there's anything in chat. Because if there's anything bad, they want to post it about me. So I get a lot of them as well. They literally just come in and check it for like 2 minutes and then leave. The haters, they're called. Um, okay, that's fine. Geo, I've not seen Geo this week. Not sure where she is. So Mel came back and Geo's left. Don't know where she's gone to. Enough of that. I've not seen enough of that. So Mad World Day One. I've not seen it since then. I've not seen Spider Girl at all this week. Rosie, yeah, Rosie's following Letitia and the Dable one as well. So don't expect to see her. So yeah, and Shannon's streaming her own stuff. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people that's normally here that are missing, but it's all good. People got lives as well. And the difference between doing this trial and doing the dick pic trial is that I'm actually enjoying this trial. Because we don't know the outcome. So not to say that my Jensen was bad, but I think if I'd have watched it live, I think I would have liked it. That's why I'm glad that we're doing this live. And it's going to be done by Monday. Maybe Tuesday if they need to deliberate anymore, but don't think they will. I think it'll be all done Monday. That would be spectacular. Do you know what I mean? Starting on Wednesday and finishing Monday. That's the kind of trials you want. Ideal trials are start on Monday, 4 full days, and then Friday to deliberate, and then come back with an outcome that like midday or something. Those are the ideal trials. But we don't get a choice in it. I know that Eden Fauci's mother, I believe she starts today as well. So I might play catch up with that next week, depending on how this trial goes. Um, I'll have to work it out. I might just stream it as in on 1.5 or something on Monday and Tuesday. We'll see. Because if everything's done on this trial, say by lunchtime on Monday, then I might just play it all afternoon because we're only like a day behind. So by hopefully Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be all caught up with it. Especially if I do it as 1.25 or 1.5 and skip, um, all the breaks and lunch and stuff. We could probably do it easily in a day and a half. What else is happening? And Rumble, I'll stop posting once we reach one more follower. Just follow the alternate corner. Once that happens, I don't have to post about it anymore. Probably will have to get a few more just in case I unsubscribe and then all of a sudden some people drop out. Then I don't have a channel anymore. Well, I do, but I have to pay again. It's a lovely day in Wales, anyway. The sun is gorgeous. I did a big stroll today, about an hour. But since COVID, since having it last couple of weeks, I am like having a big walk just means I nod off in the afternoon. Like now, I just nod off and stuff because I'm so tired. In a way, I shouldn't even be streaming. I should just be like, I shouldn't be walking as far as I do, but just eager to get back to it. But I'm just constantly tired now. I've not done a video well, I've done the Idol 4 video, but I've not done a proper video for ages now, and I miss doing them. It's just, that's what burned me out last time. Streaming all day and then doing videos in the mornings and in the late evenings and trying to edit everything. Doing 7 days a week, I burnt out, became ill. I say that, it's been editing and filming quite late all this week, but only one night of filming. I'm talking shit, but hey, it's your own fault for not posting anything, guys, in chat. So if you don't post, I'm just talking shit. In terms of streams, though, I've always said it to my regs. I just stream now things I want to stream. Like I've not streamed for a few weeks up until that. Okay, I had the Rona, but even then, there wasn't anything I wanted to stream. Until this one, I know there's another murder case on at the same time, but everyone seemed to be streaming it. And I was like, nah, I'm good. I'd rather do this one because it sounded quite interesting. That's what I'm seeing for a while. Is Joey as well. Joey, since winning the Pultro trial, he followed Shannon, one with her, which is fine. The other one's Big Mike. Big Mike, I've seen him for ages. It's weird how people are there for a trial or maybe two trials, and then they just, yeah, you don't see them again. So we had a lot of fun with them. That's why I miss them. I can imagine. Can you imagine Big Mike? People know Big Mike and Sal having conversations. Jesus, that would be interesting. That'd be interesting with those sense of humours. Um, yeah, for those that are just popping in, we've got half an hour left before lunch. Judge took a 10-minute break. Um, he needed to take a little bit of a break. Knackered. So now we've got he'll come back. We'll do like 20, 25 minutes, and then we'll break for an hour because he's got other cases. He's got a couple of cases over lunch that he needs to go through, and it'll last an hour. He said. I like this judge though in terms of how he runs it. He said of day one he's only doing hour and a half, and then a break. He's not making, he's not going to prolong stuff. And to be fair, he's kept to it. And he's not even scared. 'Cause some judges would be like, "Well, I'm not going to take a 10-minute break now, where there's only half an hour left." And But now he's like, no, I'm tired, guys. You guys must be tired. Let's take a 10-minute break. But you got a half an hour break in front of you, so don't worry about it. Oh, that's another one. Luna. I've not seen Luna at all. Mel we haven't seen for a while, but she's back. But she normally says hello when she's here, but she hasn't said anything today.
I do this. Yes. Yes. I do this. Yes. I do this.
Oh, Sports Illustrated just watched the Source Gardner. Oh, not liking that picture of him. It's not the greatest. Here we are. We're back. Quite efficient. Jury on the way in now. This audio does my fucking nut in.
Attorney, grab your next witness, please. Good morning. If you could come up to the witness stand, you'll see it opens in the back. I'd ask you to remain standing just for a moment and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe I may have mispronounced your last name, so why don't you say it and also spell it out for the record?
Yes, my name is Jill Terrio. Last name is spelled T as in Tom, Herriault.
Thank you. Could you please tell us what you do for a living?
Currently, I am employed at the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab in the Pattern Evidence Unit as a firearm and tool mark examiner.
What is a firearm and tool mark examiner do?
A firearm and tool mark examiner is a forensic scientist typically employed in a crime lab or in a forensic lab that examines, for the most part, bullets and cartridge cases, determining whether or not they were fired from a particular firearm. But in addition to that, the tool mark aspect of it is examining marks that have been left behind by a tool and determining whether or not those marks were made by a particular tool.
Do you have to go to any sort of special school in order to, or have any sort of special background, educational background to do what you do?
Yes, you do.
And what is that?
Well, from my experience, I have a Bachelor of Science degree in animal science from Rutgers University. But the training I received to be able to do this type of work was from when I began working in the field. Back in 2004, I began an in-house training program at the Miami-Dade Police Department Crime Lab. And that was under the supervision of a senior firearms and tool mark examiner, where I learned about, for the most part, how firearms operate, because that's the main part of what I do. Learning how firearms operate and learning how to compare bullets and cartridge cases collected from a scene to a particular gun. But that also includes how to examine tool marks, such as pry marks or other marks that have been left behind by a particular type of tool, learning how those marks are imparted onto an item and learning how to make tests with a particular type of tool, no matter what kind of tool that is, and learning how to use a microscope and comparisons to learn how to determine whether or not that tool is the tool that made that particular mark. So again, that was in 2004 when I began working for the Miami-Dade Police Department Crime Lab. And in addition to my in-house training, I was also accepted by the ATF, which is the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, to participate in their National Firearm and Toolmark Examiner Academy. And so this one-year program was held in conjunction with my in-house training. And I was one of 12 students, and the instructors for this particular program were firearm and toolmark examiners from different crime labs all around the country. Again, learning how tools make marks, how they become unique, or how they become individualized, and how to examine different types of marks to determine whether or not those marks came from a particular tool.
In the almost 20 years that you've been doing this, have you been continuing that education?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, the witness be certified as an expert in toolmark analysis?
No,
There being no objection, he's so qualified.
So I think you said you work for the New Hampshire State Lab now.
Yes, I do.
How did you become involved in this case?
This case, the pieces of evidence were submitted to the New Hampshire State Police Forensic Lab down in Concord. And I am one of two toolmark examiners at the lab, so it came to me to be the one that would be examining the items in this case.
And for what purpose were these items sent?
There were a number of question marks and a tool submitted, and it was asked of me to determine whether or not this particular tool was the one that made the marks on the items submitted.
What was the tool?
The tool was a wrecking bar, which is, it looks kind of like a pry bar. There's one end that has sort of a claw shape like the end of a hammer on one end, and on the other end looks like a very large flathead screwdriver used for pulling nails or prying things open or taking things apart.
Would that be this state's 44?
Yes, that would be it.
And you said it was sent along with casts?
Yes, there were 3 silicone casts that were taken from a scene, as well as one piece of wood.
And so tell me how you went about examining these items.
Well, first what I want to do is examine the unknown pieces. So like I mentioned, there were 3 silicone casts, and silicone is a material that can be used to cast a mark that's left behind on something. Maybe that item can't be transported to the lab because of its size. A crime scene person can use the silicone material to capture the mark that's on whatever item it is, whether it's a windowsill or a door jamb, that type of thing. And that silicone will take an impression of that mark that's left behind. So instead of having the actual item, this cast has a representation of it. So there were 3 casts that had suspect tool marks on it. And then there was also a segment of wood. And so when I'm examining these items, I want to take note of the marks that are there, whether or not they're of value for comparison, meaning is there enough detail in there to discern what it is or what could have made it. And the marks that are there, I want to look at the size, like how deep they are. Is there any trace material that might have been left behind from the tool that made that mark, if it is a tool mark? Again, how large they are. And then once I've captured all of that information, I would then move to examining the tool itself if there was one submitted. So in this case, it would be looking at that red wrecking bar and determining the part that you work with that does the work with that tool. So the claw end that has 2 prongs, just like the back of a claw hammer, or that other prying end, seeing what the class characteristics of that are. And that means like the design features that the tool was made with. So how wide those working surfaces are, how big they are, how far apart the 2 prongs are. And then once I've gathered all of that information, I will then make test marks with that tool. And that encompasses me trying to replicate marks made by either end of that tool in a variety of materials that I have at my disposal at the forensic lab. And then once I've done that, I can also cast in the similar way that the tool marks from the scene were cast. I have access to that same or similar silicone material. So once I've made test marks, I can then compare the test marks that I just made with that tool with the items that were submitted.
So you went through that process with this evidence,
Yes, I did.
and can you tell me about your findings?
Well, the findings an examiner can come to when they're examining whether or not an item was made by a particular other item. The first is an identification, which means that yes, this tool made this mark, or the opposite of that, which means that this tool did not make this mark. Or there's kind of right in the middle, which is called inconclusive, where that tool cannot be ruled out as having made that mark, but it also can't be included in that. And that could be for a variety of reasons, like not enough detail, microscopic detail, that type of thing that I would have come up with after examining those items. So in this case, 2 of the silicone casts, after I examined them, I determined that there wasn't enough, they weren't suitable for examination. So there could have been some sort of mark that silicone was trying to capture, but when I looked at it under a microscope, I couldn't find anything that was worth a comparison to this tool. So 2 of the silicone casts were unsuitable for comparison. One of the other casts that was taken, again, I'm just going to consult my notes.
You consult away. It's all good.
On one
Was
of the
defense
casts,
from your own
we
question?
determined whether or not either end of the pry bar had made that. There was just not enough detail. I couldn't see the exact shape of the mark that was captured by the cast, so I couldn't rule out either end of the pry bar having made that particular mark on that cast. And then finally, on the piece of wood, I found that there were 2 marks on there. There was a little bit of reddish, it appeared to be paint transfer within those small marks. And the marks were consistent in size with the claw end of the pry bar. When I compared those to the larger prying end of the wrecking bar, the marks that were on the piece of wood were too small. Like the prying end of the wrecking bar was too large, so it couldn't have made those smaller marks.
While you're talking, you could just refer to which end you're.
Yes, thank you. So the mark that was left behind was smaller than this prying mark here, so it couldn't have made that. And the marks that I compared then, it could have been made by one or both of these prongs on the end of the claw, on the claw end of this tool. But due to the nature of the wood material that those marks were in, it was very lightweight, it was very porous, very dry. There was chipped and peeling paint on it, so it didn't retain a whole lot of individual detail. And by individual detail, I mean like little microscopic marks that are left behind on these working surfaces that arise from just using the tool as a person would. So through use and abuse of it, it gathers random imperfections on that surface, and those marks can be transmitted onto an item that one is using this on. So when I examined the 2 marks in the piece of wood, I wasn't able to determine conclusively whether or not it was this. I couldn't rule this one out, but I also couldn't include it either.
So just to make sure I understand, the findings were that it was, the markings were consistent with this bar, but could not conclude that it was this bar.
That's correct.
Now, I think you also said that during the process you make imprints into a piece of sample wood.
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
So I wanted to replicate, for me to compare, I wanted to replicate what I was seeing in those pieces of wood. So essentially what I used was 2 pieces of wood, and I held them together in a vise, which is like a clamp to hold things together. And I put another smaller piece of wood just to create a gap in between the 2. So I was trying to mimic like 2 pieces of wood that were together. And I used the prying end of the tool here to put in between those pieces of wood and wedge it to try to make marks similar to what I was observing in the wood segment that was submitted. So I did that, and then I was using those to compare to what I was seeing in that wood segment.
And when you were doing that on your sample piece of wood, do you note anything distinctive about the marks that were made on the sample piece of tool?
Well, I do want to take note of the width that was left behind by the tool, the width of the marks that were left behind when I made them, and compare them to the width of the marks that were on the piece of wood. So I did do that. I also noted that when I was doing this, there was a little bit of paint transfer onto the marks that I was creating with the tool as well.
What color was that transfer?
It was red.
This is states 45. See if you can tell me what that piece of wood is.
Oh, yes. So in this package here are the test marks that I created. There are several casts that I created using that silicone material I mentioned earlier. I made marks in lead, like thin sheeting of lead. And then in here also is a set of test marks in a block of wood that I made.
And did that block of wood test marks on it that you used the states 44 on, they show the red paint transfer?
Yes, you can see hints of that in the areas that I have marked T1 and T2.
I think we stricken from 45 enter as a full.
Any objection to 45? Right, the ID is stricken.
I don't have any other questions for you, Professor Nate.
Cross-examination?
I actually have any questions.
Thank you.
Right, that does complete your testimony. You're excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right. Just a moment. So folks, I think what we're going to do, given the time, I do have a fairly lengthy list of cases that I have to hear at noon. So I'm going to send you to lunch now with the goal that we return at 1 o'clock. Just to give you a sense of the schedule for the afternoon, don't hold me to this, all right? Because I can never be held too tightly to what's going to happen. I can tell you exactly what did happen, but not what might happen. It does appear that the evidence will finish probably fairly early this afternoon. Based on my experience predicting forward, there probably is not enough time, however, today to do the closing arguments and my final instructions. So what I'm planning on is finishing the evidence this afternoon and then doing the closing arguments and final instructions on Monday morning. That looks like the schedule we're on. Now, the evidence this afternoon could finish fairly early, or it might go a little bit later than I anticipate. Please understand, though, I'm not wasting your time this afternoon if I let you go home early. There's a lot of administrative matters I have to handle when a case reaches that point. So we'll be spending our time productively while you get to go home and start your weekend. Okay? So we'll see you back in the courtroom right around 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Ooh, so that's interesting. So there we are. An hour and a quarter lunch break and then an early finish today, should be. Luna, are you here, Luna? I'm going to annoy Rumble again now. Literally, one more follow, guys. YouTube, if you can like and subscribe, happy days as well. I don't think, yeah, one of the persons liked or two people have liked it. So we'll see if he does go and stand. I'm not sure. So we are. We're on lunch break, so I'm not going to keep everybody. I think it's play by ear now. I don't think it's going to be that long today. I've got on the break. I'm going to look for. Actually, no, I'm going to look for it now. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here for the Faucis. We'll go in the studio. I don't go to studio. Oh, my channel. Let's have a look. What are Law and Crime doing? They got Lori Vallow. They've also got this trial and one other trial on. I'm not going to follow Lori Vallow. I've not followed it. That's pointless. And enough people are streaming it anyway. I'm gonna look. Oh, what's her name though? Um, hmm, Eden Fauci, mother. That's all. I'm sure starts today. So what I might do is start a new one about that today. If this finishes fairly early. Um, there's one from 2 days ago, but there's nothing else. But let's have a look. Oh, so I think it starts Monday. So I might. I'll have a look at it over lunch now, and then I might stream this after if this finishes early. I'll close this down so it's ended, but I'll start a new stream if we can't actually play. It depends on what time this finishes now. If it's finished by 4, it's about 9 o'clock my time, and the video is about 3 hours long. So I could play that one, and then because on Monday I think it's gonna be done in like 2 hours. This trial. If that's the case, then I can go straight into that one then. Anyway, let's have a think about it. Um, some people are bored already and switching off. I will be back at 1 o'clock. Appreciate all of you. I'll put a little banner up here now just to say, where is it here? That's 6. Um, putting the times in now. You watch that over lunch, people will be in here looking at chat. They'd be so disappointed to see there's no chat. Save. Take that one down, that one up. That's happy days. So yes, keep it on if you want to, guys. Appreciate that. Gives me watch hours. So with that, I'll see you in about an hour's time. Cheers. Oops. How are we doing? Cushions. Oh, that was loud. Am I too loud or something? I'll turn it down a little bit then. I can't hear myself. Hang on, let's listen to myself on another channel then, just to see. And I'll turn it down a little bit more so I can listen a bit more to it. Oh, it's still quite loud. I don't know why it's so loud. Oh well, there we are. We have to do it that way. Fuck 'em. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Totes here. Melissa, always knew you were here somewhere. You're always in the background. You sneak in, no one knows you're here, then you're like, hi, then you disappear. No one knows if you're still here or not. So I've no idea if you're still here, but I do know that you've been here and that the thought that counts if you're not here anymore. So thanks for that, Mel. Always love seeing you around here. Hope the exams went well. Are you back in? Well, if you're here, if you are you back in Minneapolis, or are you still in New York, New York? Ba da ba 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 ba. Let's take the thing about breakdown. Witness, we don't know who the next witness is yet, but we will shortly. Right, I might just tweet it out to say that we're back. Um, right, not that one. Got loads of Instagram messages through. Why? Nothing like 1, 2, 3. Bootlegger, what a legend. Dee 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 dee. Da, 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 da. For whatever reason, my tweets are not getting much tractions today. Quote tweet, we are back live. Live, peeps. People, come join. Well, right, we are back. Right, hello, sorry, Rumble. Sorry. Loads of people in Rumble. Hope you're all well in Rumble. Damn it. It's gone. Right, please like the video. Please follow. Go to the Chanel. I only need a couple more. Um, okay. 3. Um, Right, put that there. Smiley face, smiley face. Need to get it down. So I'm just talking to my peeps on Rumble. Rumble, you keep me going. You are always. I get loads of great support on Rumble. Much better than YouTube. I feel the judge did say that he was gonna be busy. So judge is basically not having any lunch because he was um what do you call it? The cases that he needed to review or something. So fair play to him. Not long to go though, so it's all good. And is it half four? 5, 6, 7, 8. Half four-ish. I'm gonna be streaming the pre-trial Aidan Fauci's mother stuff as well. It's like a 3 hour thing, so people want to join that as well. It'll be on another stream, it'll be. But if you press the notification button on YouTube, you get to know when I'm live. Maybe you don't want to know when I'm live. And with that, I wouldn't blame you. Oh, I'm a funny guy, like. Thank you, whoever liked the video. Appreciate you on Rumble. Thank you. Now, literally, if I just got some people to follow, pressing that follow button, that would be amazing. Amazing grace. I've lost some followers now on YouTube. Guys, I don't make it up. They told us to come back for 1 o'clock Eastern, so I'm here. I even had a chicken curry. And I had to wolf it down. Well, I didn't quite finish it off because I wanted to make sure I was here on time. Oh, they can't even be here on time. What's going on? What's going on? Am I too loud for you guys? Is it? I can't hear because I don't run it through these. Only YouTube runs through these, not my mic, so I don't know if I'm too loud or not. Come back down to daddy. Still got some sniffles left. Ba, 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 ba. Don't be shy to like the videos, guys. Ba, 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 ba. I'll just listen to myself on YouTube. It's a bit loud, but it'll do. It'll do, pig. It'll do, pig. Yes, so there are. I don't know where they are. I've no idea, guys. I'm sorry. Oh, why am I apologizing? It's not me that fucking told you. So, oh, I got too many people to please. I got YouTube and Rumble to please. Oh, come on. The good thing is there's not much time left. I think there's only a handful of witnesses left. Then do the closing speeches on Monday. Then defense hasn't even asked a question today yet. They've not asked any of the witnesses any questions. Just gone, no, it's fine, carry on. Saves so much time. Right. I don't like waiting, Grumble. I don't like to wait either, but it's a necessity. Whilst you're waiting, just bloody like the video and follow me. I'm gonna put a reminder up here now. Paste. Post. So also the Rumble chat does not show on YouTube. The YouTube chat, Rumble get to see, but they can't respond to it. So, which is a bit of a design flaw, but it's all good. Okay. Right, I've tweeted everything. There's not much more I can do now. Oh, we'll just wait. I mean, I'm up to date. Everything's playing, so it's not as if like yesterday I paused it by mistake. Luckily, Sal told me. Oopsie. I've really enjoyed this trial, though. I've enjoyed it, I'll be honest with you. I wish every trial was like this, like 4 days. Done. So much easier. Batch. Batch. Right. So yeah, Laurie Varlow, her verdict's in today. I'm not sure if it's a verdict or not. I've not followed it. Okay. No, I've got nothing to say, guys. What do you want me to say? Send something in chat and then we'll speak about it. Everyone's quiet. I'm just as annoyed. Don't worry. See, it is. It's not paused or anything. It's update. I can give it. Hang on. I'll give it a refresh. See, nothing. It's up to date. Judges' hearings went on. That's all. That's all that's happened. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Just looking. What else is happening? It's not good pushing it forward so much. We might not be streaming tonight. I don't know. Yeah, I don't stream on Facebook anymore. I didn't fancy. So I used to do it in Twitter and Facebook, but I don't anymore. If I remember, I do Discord, but I always forget. And it's really hard because I don't want too many streams going. Um, and for it to like, yeah, my laptop or something to overheat and stuff like that. So I just try to keep it basic, just YouTube and Rumble. Because I have other apps and stuff open. So the one thing I can't do is download stuff because it just affects the stream straight away. So yeah, it was a late one for me last night trying to download the Idaho video. And if you haven't watched it, go and watch Idaho series Murders episode 3. That's out now. So it's about 90 minutes, but just I would watch it in like 2, 3 sessions. I find it hard to watch the whole thing in one, and I'm bloody in it. My audio's playing up all night long doing that. There's like half 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning we finished in my time. Oh, so I didn't care. Just like right, download. We're done. I'll deal with it tomorrow. So I had to do some voiceovers the next day on it. Of where I'm just crackling and you can't even understand me. Well, if you give me over a few more follows, I might even post it on Rumble. I'm so nasty to Rumble people because they're not following me at the minute. But they come out and support me much better than YouTube do. So I wish I had more followers on Rumble. If I did, I think I would just move exclusively to Rumble because you don't need any watch hours, you don't need anything. It's based on how many people are watching and stuff like that. Essentially, you get ads and you can make money from day one. I've made a little bit of cash on it, not much at all, but because I don't have a following there. But I get most days over 20 people watching, easy. Sometimes 50, 60. On YouTube, I'm struggling to get even 4 or 5 to watch. It's just, yeah, it's weird. But then on YouTube, when I first started, first few weeks, I was getting like 50, 60 people. But now I can't even barely get 4 people to watch. So it's a weird one. Weird one, all right. paranoid all the time. I paused it or something. I haven't. Okay, where else are we here now? So I'm just hanging around, going on Twitter and searching for stuff, waiting. If people are chatting, I would chat. Obviously, I'm not trying to be rude. It's just more of a Rumble. You guys are not getting me the follows, and YouTube, you're not saying fuck all. So. Yeah, still waiting, still waiting. The judge, look, the judge had other cases he was doing all of them, so one of them must have overran. You know, he's normally pretty good with his timings, but we're gonna be finished today, so don't worry about it. That's what's wrong. I've got HTTPS on. All right, let's do that. Well, might as well just do it now. I've got to put my links back on to my pages. So, we'll go into it now. Dee, 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 dee. I'm gonna check if it's on my other videos then. Let's have a gander. Right, I need to edit that as well. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So what I've done is I've put like, my new shop, my PayPal and everything on descriptions, but Unfortunately, the links weren't working. Now I've only just figured out why. Because I didn't put the HTTPS things in front of it. So I should do that. This one now. HTTPS. Oh, that one, that one, that one. And that should now work in America and Europe. Fine. Just put copy and paste that bad boy. Let's do it into on my other videos now. Right, cancel, save my changes. Oh no, messed up. I'll just do the whole paragraph. If motherfucker, you want to copy paste something? Oh, you bastard! Sometimes you just won't bloody do what you wanted to do, mind of its own. Right, that's done. Okay, need to go back now to my channel. Sorry, guys, I literally am, no one's talking, so that's why I'm doing this now. But if you got something to chat, then I'll just say something hello in chat and I'll chat. But um, if not, I'm just gonna try and do other stuff at the same time. Beep 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 beep. So I'm gonna stream Crystal Smith, Aidan Fauci's mother, later on today. After this trial, basically, and I need to get this. Yeah, I'll just put Mia Morgan now. It's easier. Um, save. Let's see. Right, okay, that one's saved now. I need to do. People are, people are surely bored now just listening to me talk shit. Well, I mean, I talk shit anyway, but still, I wouldn't blame you guys if you just put me on mute. It's all good. I understand. Prefer you to put me on mute than not have me on at all. So we are live with this one, right? This is the one I want to change. Save. I mean, that bad boy should now work. We go here. Refresh. Motherfucker, why isn't that working then? I've messed up here somewhere. Excuse me. That should make it fine, but that means I've messed up the other ones. So I need to change those bad boys now. No, that one's fine. What the fuck? The tank from the tank will say, "What the fuck? Why is this not working?" That's fine. That's working fine. Lucas, I don't blame you for leaving. It's fine. It's fine. Just wish Rumble would, people in Rumble would just follow me. Another message for you guys. I mean, literally, the button's there. I don't get why people just don't press it. Because I'm begging or something. I don't know. Coming across too desperate, maybe. When you do that, people say, "Ah, fuck you, mate. I ain't fucking helping you out." Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. That's a strip song. Da, 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 da. Dee, 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 dee. Da, 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 da. Oh, this is, come on, guys. I mean, I get it. I do get it. Like, things occur, but come on. Surely we should have them back now. So, Krista Smith, Edith Fauci's mother, is supposed to stand trial starting Monday, but they pick the jury on Monday. Then the um, the trial starts on Wednesday, I believe. If it's actually going to happen, they're saying it might be delayed by a week. I get why she's up for it now, but I heard she'd be punished enough. Her son's pled guilty. He's now in prison for the rest of his life, or should be for the rest of his life. But now they want to punish her for like washing the jeans with maybe some blood on it. I dare anybody, mother, father, brother, sister, whatever, to not do exactly the same thing. Especially if it's your son or daughter, and you see a bit of blood, and you think, "Oh shit, they might be in trouble." You're 100% going to be washing them, and I don't care who you are. You're a better person than me if you say no. I wouldn't. I'd rather them rot in jail because she didn't even know at the time what was wrong. So I feel sorry for her. I wish the prosecution just leave her alone. You know, I don't know. We like to judge other people, but we just don't know what we would do in the same place as them. But I think I would protect my family as much as possible, and that could be the wrong thing to do. I know, but it's your family, it's your blood, man. Right. Well, switch between everything here. Yeah, I don't know what done there. Ba 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 ba. We're still waiting, guys. We're still waiting. 40 minutes late now. I was on fucking mute again, wasn't I was just saying that I'm skipping the Pat McAfee stream right now, just because I'm streaming these things. But I'm like, might as well just watch it. But no, man, I could set it all up, but then also then caught back. I mean, come on, where are they? I know that Judge is good, and obviously something's come up, but tell us for fuck's sakes. The other people leaving now. I mean, I can't, guys, I can't help. I can't help it. Like, just what do you want me to do? Well, I'm just going to customize some stuff here. It's a remove section, but I just want to move. Just want to move some stuff here to here. No pictures. Which one is that? Done. Way, they're back. They're back. Back again. Thank fuck for that. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? Guess who's... Right, Rumble, I'm not playing anymore. Come on, somebody follow me, Rumble. For fuck's sakes. I know you think it's funny, but literally, you saved me $120 a year if just a couple of you just follow me on Rumble. Bam, 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 bam. Do, 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 do.
Please remain standing for jury entrance. Unexpectedly, it usually took way longer than it usually does, and I had a lot of orders to write afterwards, so I apologize. State, call your final witness, please, or next one.
State calls Matt Burrell.
Come on up, sir. If you wouldn't mind, remain standing, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? Please be seated.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Matthew Burrell, B.
As a police officer in February of 2022.
Yes.
Direct your attention to February 9th of 2022. Were you working shift that day?
Yes.
What shift were you working?
I came in on day shift.
When you came in on day shift, did you become aware that there had been an arrest from the night before?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you know about that?
I knew there was somebody arrested that was in somebody's house. He was armed.
So when you got there, the suspect was still out. You knew that suspect's name?
Mauricio Guerrero.
You can just speak up a little.
Mauricio Guerrero, sorry.
Can I ask you to do me a favor? I don't want you to get too close to the microphone, but just a little bit closer and try to elevate your voice a little bit. Yeah, that's probably pretty good.
Were you requested to do anything in order to assist this suspect?
He had shoes that he had left at the residence. They were put into his vehicle. So I was asked to retrieve them. What they were dealing with, and I was actually.
So did you ultimately go to his truck at any point?
I did.
And what, if anything, did you note when you went to get his shoes?
I noticed some women's undergarments and clothing. Found the shoes. There were also pictures of a female, like family photos that were in the truck, as well as some construction tools, flat bar.
Flat bar?
Yes.
Anything unique about the flat bar?
The color,
And what was that?
don't remember exactly. I believe it was. At the time, no. The tools, no. The pictures and the woman's undergarments I thought were a little suspicious. Seeing as he came from very far away, I don't see why there would be women's clothing in there if he came up here alone.
What did you do with that information? with that information?
I called the station and spoke to the investigator.
Did you ultimately relay that to Captain Sunderland?
Yes.
And do you know if there was ultimately a search of that truck?
Yes.
When you returned to the station, was Captain Sunderland speaking to the suspect?
Yes.
And where was that?
He was in the interview room.
At some point, did you become involved in that interview?
I did.
Can you explain that?
Captain Sunderland was speaking with him about the incident. We found the stuff in the vehicle, so when I came back, I went in and asked him about what he was actually doing here and asked him about the things in the vehicle as well.
Did detectives, Captain Sunderland bring you into the interview with him?
Yes.
And to know what the purpose of that was?
I feel like he wanted to say things that he wasn't saying, and once I found those things in his vehicle, he started to kind of open up a little bit about why he was there.
We talked about a later search of the car. You were not involved in that search, is that right? But after the search of the vehicle, did the captain task you with following up with the defendant a little bit further?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Long question. So there was a later search of his vehicle, and then based on, or did Captain Sunderland later ask you to perform another interview with the defendant yourself?
Yes, I spoke with him later in a separate interview.
And what was the purpose of that re-interview?
To really, again, he wanted to say things, but he kind of kept things hidden or not very forthcoming. He knew that he had done something that he wanted to tell us. He just didn't tell us right off the bat. And once we had more evidence of what happened, he kind of explained to us what the situation was.
Were you trying to confront him with anything specifically?
I asked him about the keys that were located. He had a key on his key ring that was to the victim's house.
And had he previously acknowledged that he had a key to the victim's house?
Objection.
Yes.
Rebush.
Sure.
A bit of approaching. Again, they like to approach, but the defense don't like to ask questions. Excuse me. It's quite funny then.
So it's asking if up until that point he had yet admitted that he had the victim's key. I'm sorry. At that point that you were re-confronting him, had he yet admitted to having the key? No. Yeah. So did you specifically confront him with the key? The fact that there was a key found that went to her house on his room? And what did he say at that point?
At first he tried to act surprised as if he didn't know the key was on there. As we talked a little more, he had eventually admitted that he went into the residence and took
Did you ask him?
there to get some that he left behind. Said through a back door.
Did you specifically confront him about perhaps coming in through a window?
I did, yes.
And what was his response to that?
He said he did not.
You just repeat that.
Please speak up.
He said he did not.
He said he did not.
He did not. Okay, sorry.
Did you also confront him about the night that he was arrested, how he entered the door on that, sorry, entered the home on that?
Yes.
How was that?
He stated that he had left a back door unlocked that leads into like a breezeway, and that's where he left his shoes before entering the house.
What else did he tell you about his shoes?
He said that he took them off outside before he got into the residence. They were located inside the residence, and if I recall correctly, there was still snow on the ground.
There was still snow on the ground?
Yes.
And did you confront him with that plausibility?
Yes.
And what did he respond to that?
He said he took them off before he came.
And going back to the items that he had left behind that he was trying to retrieve, do you remember if he specifically talked about like a belt or a hat?
He did.
What did he say about those?
Don't remember exactly which one of those items he said were very sentimental to him, but he did say one of those pieces were sentimental and he just wanted to get them back.
Did you ever ask him if he had tried to reach out to Rachel to get that back?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
He did not.
He did not specifically reach out to Rachel.
I did not specifically ask him if he did.
Did he say anything to you about knowing what happened?
He said that he left them at her, where she was staying before she moved into her mom's. I think staying in Dover. They had met up and there after hanging out with her.
Do you remember what he said about her tell? Do you remember what he said that?
I don't recall.
Seeing a copy of the transcript, help you remember?
Yes.
It's page 12. So I just want you to read this to yourself, and I'm going to ask the question again. So that you can read your question and just look to the page. So the question was, did he tell you what he understood had happened to these items?
Yes.
And what was that?
They got lost.
Did he say who told him they got lost?
Rachel.
Rachel?
Yes.
So just to clarify, he told you that he believed items were in the house, but he also said that he had been informed those items were in fact lost.
Yes.
Do you have a little talk with him about, what he had been doing and why he had been doing the things that he was doing?
Yes.
And did you also ask about whether or not he ever really had a relationship with her?
Yes.
And what did he say?
He said he believed that they had something. He did state that they, had intercourse before. He stated he really liked her, and that's really what drove him to get to this point.
Did you also confront him about taking the graham crackers out of the cupboard?
Yes.
And what was his initial response to that?
That he did not.
Did you confront him about that?
Yes.
And after you confronted them, did he admit to taking them?
Yes.
Did he say when he took them?
I don't recall when he took them.
Was seeing a copy of that transcript, hope you remember?
Yes.
And again, this is the transcript of your interview with him. Yep, 33. Just read to yourself again, and I'll process. When did he say he took the graham crackers?
Tuesday.
When you were having a discussion about the keys, he said that he went to Home Depot to copy them. Did he say whether they were ever returned to the house?
Yes.
And when was that?
He said he returned them to the house shortly after he'd taken them.
And did he say how long he was in the attic for after he returned the keys that day?
I believe he said a few hours.
I don't have any questions for you, but that's, Councilman.
Attorney Starbranch?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just a couple quick questions. You can look at the whole page, I can the page you want to.
Okay.
Probably should go on page one.
Page 5.
That refresh your memory?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury
Yeah,
how
I'll see it.
you described what he's looking for?
He saw the fireplace. He was looking for his glasses, his belt, and his beanie.
It's fair to say he doesn't mention the TV at all, right? I'm not going to be sure, I know it's a long time since it's happened. I want to ask you just another couple of questions about the direct.
Why do they stand in front of a bloody mic?
You indicated that when he asked Rachel about his glasses, his beanie, don't strike that. He told you that it was the beanie that was sentimental to him. You remember that?
I stated I didn't know which article was sentimental to him, but one of them was.
Oh, doesn't matter. One of those three things.
Yes.
And apparently he asked Rachel for them, and she told him they were lost.
Yes.
Didn't he actually say Rachel told him supposedly they got lost? If you remember, I can have it show it to you again. What was that? Page 12.
It's top 13.
Page 12.
It's weird how they remember some things, but not everything.
Is that refresh your memory?
Yep.
Can you tell me what he actually said about what happened to those?
Supposedly they got lost.
Sounds like he might be skeptical about that, doesn't
Objection.
he?
Speculation.
Right, if you can describe his demeanor or tone when he answered the question.
He was very mellow the whole time I was speaking with him. He didn't have much concern.
But he didn't actually say he was told they were lost. He said, she told him supposedly they got lost, which is a little different, right? Some question about whether they're really lost or not. Is that fair?
Could be, it could go either way.
Good. Is it fair to say that Mauricio expressed some remorse for what was happening, what he had done? Is that fair to say?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Did Mauricio express some remorse to you about what had happened?
He expressed some concern of why he acted in that way.
Yes, you described it as being a bad idea, right?
Yes.
Do you remember, did they indicate to you that they had actually stopped talking, and she had reached out and called him?
Yes.
And you remember sort of later on in the interview when you asked him again, what were you doing? And he repeated, I went in to get my stuff. He said it a couple times, is that fair? I don't believe it.
Yes, I spoke with him a few times in these statements.
A couple times?
Yes.
Do you remember asking him about the video? The video he took when he was in the house of Rachel?
Briefly, I have to look at
You remember his answer to you was that he didn't know what he was thinking?
Yes.
He indicated to you that he actually had an urge?
Yes.
He also indicated to you that at the point he was in there, he was also still sexually interested in her. Is that right? That they engaged in sexual activity prior to hours prior. Right?
Yes.
We'll get into the details regarding something like that. I'm sure I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Defense attorney just asked you about Mr. Guerrero saying he had an urge. He took the video of Rachel's vagina. That urge commenced.
At least he does remember both sides.
Page 21. Was there anything about when his urge started?
When he saw her sleeping.
I don't have any other questions.
Can you recross? Yep.
You're actually asking him, you know, what he was thinking about when he wants to sleep with you. You remember asking him that?
Yes.
And he said, you said to him, yeah, but you were thinking is you wanted to sleep with her. You said that, right?
Yes.
And he said to you, yeah, but, you know, when she's conscious, not when she's asleep. Right?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. That completes your testimony.
Okay. So I don't think the prosecution should have asked the question there, because it's as if some lawyers just have to ask a question. Learn from the defense. Actually, you don't. That was the first time the defense have crossed today. You don't always have to ask a question, guys. I don't know what the fuck's
That
going on.
means it does not intend to present any further evidence in its case in chief. So at this point, I assembly room. Next steps and the schedule in just a few.
State have rested. Now, let's see who the defense. I'd love if the defense went, no, we're rested. I think the only thing he's really guilty about, well, I mean, you could say breaking in, but showing, filming her vagina. I think she's just as fucking guilty. Why is it on mute? Come on, guys. This is annoying.
Understanding through your attorney that it is your intention to testify in this case. Is that correct? All right. I want to make sure that you understand that you do have, under our Constitution, the absolute right to remain silent, which means the absolute right not to testify. If you chose not to testify, I would inform the jury, instruct them that they cannot hold that against you in any way. They cannot infer from your silence that you have something to hide. They cannot draw any negative inference from it. Do you understand that you have that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in choosing to testify, do you understand that the jury will not be told that they cannot consider your testimony? In fact, they can consider your testimony as they would any other witness in the case. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you make this decision to testify freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
And is it also based on the advice of counsel?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. You can go ahead and have a seat. So Attorney Starbranch, I'd like to do motions to dismiss if you are prepared to do that at this point. All right, I'll hear you on your motion.
I want to dismiss the charge that relate to the month of January 2022. There's no evidence that he entered the premises that were involved in the indictment of any kind. There was evidence that he was in town at some point during that month, but there was no indication that there's no evidence of any kind that he went in. There's no complaint from anyone that reported a suspected burglary or break-in. There was no indication from anyone who was in the Highland house in Somersworth during that period of time. Since there's absolutely no evidence of entry whatsoever, I think that it has to be dismissed.
Right. So let's take that issue first. Who's addressing it for the state? Attorney Garrod. So this would be indictment ending in 940C.
So it's not charged, Your Honor. There is sufficient evidence to go to the jury that the defendant did enter that premise unlawfully. He did take a photograph of an item which was located in the interior of that back barn, which qualifies by definition as an occupied structure. It was attached to the house, has entryways into the house. It's arguably a separately secured, I forget exactly the language is, but a piece of that occupied structure. And there was a photograph which was introduced in evidence that was dated January 20th at around 3 a.m. Of a poem. And that poem was located in a tub So in order to have access to that phone, he would have had to enter the residence. And I also add that there's a video of him attempting to unlock that back bar window shortly before that photograph was taken. Video interpreted as him attempting to try to figure out why the window won't open, which we know is there because there's a nail. Earlier evidence that window was through, and that window was propped up. So I think there's sufficient evidence at this point that he had entered that back barn area, that he was present in the back barn area on January 20th, which we know from that photograph. We also have data from the cell phone GPS, T-Mobile location information that Lisa Schultz testified to, that he was in the area of the victim's home on that date. So for all of those reasons, Your Honor, there is sufficient evidence that the defendant entered the victim's home on that occasion.
What is the evidence then that he either entered or remained with the intent to commit a crime?
Sure. So the intent to commit violation of privacy, Your Honor, I'm looking at the variation of the statute, which talks about the misdemeanor if they enter any residential curtilage or private place without lawful authority and looks into the residential structure therein or any other private place with no legitimate purpose. My interpretation of the statute comes from an order from Your Honor from 2016, whereas a burglary can include the intent to look upon a private place, look into a private place. I have a copy of that order.
Oh, I remember it. Because I had a very heated discussion with Attorney Sullivan at the time. And I still struggle with the concept of, if that's the case, whenever anybody enters a residence without authority, they are always committing a burglary, because you are always looking in a private place no matter what. There has to be some distinguishing characteristic.
I think the distinguishing language, Your Honor, specifically what you said, was the fact that it writes not look around, but look into. And I think that this case was, or this particular act was unique because he's rifling through items. So I think that looking into sort of matches the factual pattern here, where he's not just walking into a structure and looking around, but he's actively digging into a large back bin to find items.
Isn't he taking a photograph of the poem on?
Yes, that's true. But
Doesn't he have to be inside to do that?
When he took that, he may have taken it on that day, but he was in town that day, and the testimony I understand was, that day that he saw a window, she did that, but he didn't actually make contact with her.
Well,
They were trading
let me
poems.
clarify then. So Attorney Garrod, you're saying that the photograph of that poem was taken on the 20th. How do you know that?
Detective Sutherland testified to it. He wrote on the photograph itself the date and time that photograph was taken.
Who wrote that?
I had Detective Sutherland go through the photographs and match up the metadata from the phone, and he wrote on each, he looked at the metadata and wrote so he could be accurate, precise date and time.
He should also point in time though, they were actually giving gifts, and they were trading the poetry going back and forth, as I understand. So how we get the photograph, when we get the photograph, we don't know, that's the thing. There may be, Captain Sullivan's view that the picture was taken on that day, and that may be, maybe not, but I don't think that's conclusive proof, because we don't know frankly when that was in that tub, or when it was removed. We just don't know, they don't know, there's no testimony about that.
I agree with the defense here.
This is some evidence of when that photograph might have been taken.
I don't think
Almost
he broke into burglarized the place.
That's sort of the state's theory of the case. And he was giving her gifts and sought in return. Poetry was one.
I think you could have him for trespassing, but not for burglary. I hope the judge actually says, yeah, no, we're not going to carry on with this. There's 4 things, so he'd be done for other stuff. I have a lot of respect for him if he just said, "Yeah, we're pulling this one." I would say there's 4 things he's up for, I believe. This is just one of the 4 they're discussing right now. I don't think that he did. So he obviously, I imagine that he did break in, but he didn't steal anything. He didn't do anything. So that's where my issue is with this. That if he said trespassing, which is a lesser thing, then yeah, fine, but not for burglary. If I was a juror, I couldn't find him guilty on this one. And that's why I'd like the judge to take this out of their hands. He's taking it seriously because he's generally thinking about it. Don't know which way he'll go, obviously, but we've seen other judges that just won't consider it. Go, no, just let the jury decide it. Fuck it. Which is not what a judge should do, I don't think. If you got a reasonable doubt, then I think you take it out of the jury's hands.
All right. The what offense he had the intent to commit, and you're making the argument for violation of privacy. What is the statutory variant that you think applies?
It is 644-9-4.
I don't know what that means, so we'll just have to wait.
But wait, your argument is he's in the structure. This relates to when you're outside the structure and you look into it for no legitimate purpose. When you enter the curtilage place without and looking into the residential structure thereon or other private place with no legitimate purpose.
I think it's so I think there's the 2 different ways. So
Private place and looking into the residential structure.
no, so it's either enters the residential curtilage or any private place without lawful authority and looks into the residential structure.
You're saying this is a private. Well, when we go to the definition of private, expect to be safe from surveillance, including public restrooms, locker rooms, the interior of one's dwelling place, or any place where a person's private body parts, including genitalia, buttocks, female breasts, may be exposed. The barn qualifies this?
I would say that the tub is not, I think the list is not exhaustive and the tub qualifies that.
Well, no, the areas have to be places where you would expect person's private body parts to be exposed.
Or
That's what qualifies it as private, which is why the list includes your dwelling, a locker room, public restrooms, and the interior of your dwelling place.
This is the interior of the dwelling place. The barn.
The barn.
It's not so the barn, I think the way she described it, it's not like a detached barn where you keep.
But the interior of the dwelling place has to be an area where your body parts could reasonably be expected to be exposed.
I think that's saying it's and or. So there's.
Where does it say and or?
Hold on.
You're just fucking putting stuff on him for no reason. I lost it. Yeah, I'm sure he did, love. The only thing he's done is been a creep, taking a video of her vagina.
So it's
Let's punish him on that.
including public restrooms, locker rooms, the interior or one of one's dwelling place, or any other place.
Right. The list isn't exhaustive,
Right.
but it still has to be a place where a person's private body parts may be exposed.
So it's, I guess
This
I
is
read it as,
ridiculous.
it's these three things or a place where the private body parts are exposed, not these three things are a place where somebody's private body parts are
No, but the reason those three things are on the list is because those are areas by definition where they are likely to be exposed. Restrooms, locker rooms, interior of your dwelling. This is an ancillary barn area, so you've got to show that it's one of those places where body parts are likely to be exposed.
I don't think that this list is specifically saying that those three things are a place also where somebody's body parts would be exposed, only that somebody would expect to see some certain semblance of privacy in them, and that's why.
But that's why they're on the list.
Right, but I don't think the semblance of one's privacy necessarily includes where
So-
somebody's body parts would be exposed.
So that goes back to my original question. If anything attached to the house that you enter is by definition a private place, then every unauthorized entry into a house is a burglary, and it can't mean that.
Well, that's where I think the language is distinctive, where it specifically looks into, and I interpret that as like going through.
Well, but every time you go in, you're looking, right?
I think looking at would have been the language then if that's what the interpretation was meant to. I thought that was your order was that it's
So a different case, but easy decision, that's for sure. This one seems to be, he's, assuming you're right that he's in that area, I have difficulty seeing how that meets the definition of private place and therefore what crime he may have committed when he entered or that he was intending to commit. And your two options that you've indicted him on are theft, and there's no indication of that, right? There's no evidence to support an intent to steal going into the barn area.
I agree with that.
And the only argument for violation of privacy is this barn adjunct to the house is a private place by definition.
Yes, I think it qualifies as the interior of the house. And I think the interior of the house does not necessarily mean that it also has to be a place where somebody with private areas with private parts would be exposed. I think it's the interior of dwelling house or any other place where somebody's private parts would be exposed.
But it does, it also says, means a place where one may reasonably expect to be safe from surveillance. It's interesting that they put public restroom ahead of private dwelling, but that, locker room, the interior of one's dwelling place. You think this barn is the interior of the dwelling place?
I do. I think it's part of the home, no more or less than like a basement or an attic.
I'm not sure. Basically, this is what I hear. I mean, the pictures that we saw looked like a dusty storage container that no one ever was in, except to pick things up and move them and come back and store things. It seemed like a storage area. And it appeared to be somewhat unkept, so to speak. Even the tubs were sort of skewed and sort of piled up.
All right. All right, I'm going to take the issue of that particular indictment under advisement, and I'll have an order for you after we take a break.
Could I just ask that if the felony is dismissed, that we go forward on the lesser, because it would qualify as a criminal trespass? If you're
Well,
understanding.
that's a good, I understand.
All right.
Can you do a lesser included if the indictment itself is dismissed?
Yes, because if I ask for a lesser included, which I would for that charge, it's still the ability to go forward on that. So I know that I've done before, so.
I actually didn't heard that.
I don't know. If it's dismissed on the basis that that one element hasn't been proved, then I suppose there's some logic to the notion that the element is stricken, which leaves you with criminal trespass, that it then becomes a misdemeanor.
Almost seems more like an amendment than it does.
Well, I'll look at that issue too then.
I've said that all along.
Assuming I get-
Criminal trespass, not burglary. That's what I've
so
said.
I know Attorney Starbranch isn't moving, but I need you to walk through for me, Attorney Garrod. I confess to struggling a little bit throughout the trial, keeping the evidence organized as to the 4 separate entries between February 7 and February 9, and matching some evidence to those entries. I think I got 3 of them, but I couldn't come up with a 4th, so I need to hear from you.
Which one are you having trouble with?
I don't know, because you've done it this way. He enters, he entered again, he entered again, he entered again. So I don't know which one it is, whether it's 2nd, 3rd, or 4th.
Okay, so the very first one, he is entering the house it was early morning hours, because we know that Victoria's keys weren't stolen until about 8:30. So he's
Well,
entering.
right, and Detective Burrell just testified that Mr. Guerrero acknowledged going in on Monday morning of the 7th.
Yes, so that's burglary 1.
And when he was in there,
I think intent to keys.
at least he took the keys.
Yes.
All right.
All right, then we know he leaves again because he goes to make a copy of the keys. So that burglary is complete when he leaves to go make a copy. I also note that morning we know he's there because obviously he confessed to it, but there's pictures of the modems from that morning too.
Right.
So then he leaves and he says, I returned later that night to return the keys. He also says that at that time he stole some underwear.
So that's entry number 2.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
We know that he left again because he did McDonald's run. And then he came back. Just trying to think of my timeline here. He came back, and this would be Tuesday afternoon.
When does he take the video footage of the house, the interior?
That would be after the McDonald's run.
Okay.
So that's when he's filming it's at 10. I marked it. I believe it was at 10.
That's the same entry.
Right.
No, so because the McDonald's.
But even if it is, it's entry number 3, and entry number 4 is the night of the 8th going into the 9th. All right, I got it now.
Okay.
Okay.
So the video of the house was at 10:30. McDonald's was at 10:06. So 10:06, he left, came back, and is videoing the interior of
Okay.
the house.
I don't.
Privacy. And at that point, he takes a picture of the bedroom, and the bathing suit's still on the floor. So I think at that point, he also took the bathing suit because it was in his car. So he had to have the opportunity to return his car to his car before he comes back at night when we know he's arrested and couldn't have gone to his car to return the bathing suit.
Right. And I'm sure it was no accident that Attorney Starbranch did not move to dismiss those 4 counts, but I was struggling to come up with that 4th entry.
I have formed that actually. I think it's complicated. I count 4.
Yep, okay.
But you count 4 in interpretation keys.
Okay.
But I think there's going to be some confusion, but we'll do that.
All right. All right. Any other motions?
No.
All right. So I'll take that one under advisement. I'll have an order shortly. And then Mr. Guerrero is going to testify, right? Any estimated length of time?
Well, it's not going to be short.
Okay. But are we going to finish today? It's 2:30.
I don't think so.
Oh. Okay.
Time. Right, be back after this break then. 5 minutes. So the judge is out still. He's deciding whether it's breaking entry and burglary, which they put it as originally, which I don't believe it is. He never stole anything or anything like that. I said from day one I felt that this was criminal trespass. That's why I said from day one I'd find it very hard to find him guilty for burglary and breaking entry. I would find it easier to say that's criminal trespass. So we'll see. I'd have a lot of respect. Well, I do like this judge, but if he does basically say yes, criminal trespass, not breaking, entering, and burglary, I have a lot of respect for him because most judges just go, "Oh no, we'll let the jury decide. We'll let the jury decide," which is a cop out. At least he's actually genuinely thinking about this. So I have respect for him for that, and I'd have even more respect if he comes back with this criminal trespass. Now, I'm not sure what the other stuff are that he's like. He needs to be punished for taking the video. He shouldn't be taking a video of her vagina, but that's the only thing I think that I think the other bits, she's let him on so much that he's just lost his mind completely. He never hurt her. He never thought about essaying with her or anything like that. When he was standing over her. So I just think he had lapse of mind. But I think that she brought this on herself, all of it. Um, Not the whole taking video of her vagina. I think that's just disgusting, and that's no one deserves that. Um, but yesterday, after her speeches about him being shit at sex and stuff, I'm a bit like, I hope she gets punished as well somehow. Don't know. I don't feel bad for either one of them, but I only feel bad for this guy because she's not even getting punished for anything, but how manipulative she was and what she did to him. So that's why I'm angry at her. If she was being punished as well, I'd be like, right, good. They both should get the same punishment. And I think she's done worse in the sense of what she did to him, manipulating him, playing with his head. And he comes back to then taking that video of vagina. He just overstepped the mark there. I do believe he should be punished for that. But that's the only thing, basically. Like if he gets jailed for this, I'd be a little bit like, especially when hearing both sides. If you hadn't heard any, if it was just a genuine girl that was like, no, he broke into my house and took a picture of my vagina, I'd have less sympathy. But knowing what she's done to him, that's I think that's clear for everyone to see what she's done. Right, what are we up to here now then? Rumble, Rumble, give me a follow. If you can like the video, some people have liked it, thank you. But if you could give me a follow at the alternate corner, I'd really appreciate that. That helps my channel out. And as you can see from the text, I posted again for anybody new. You see in chat, at the minute I have to pay $10 a month to stream it. But literally one more follow means I don't have to pay it anymore. That's. But whatever, I'm sure no one gives a damn. I appreciate that. I'm probably in the opposition, I wouldn't bother either, but if there's a kind soul out there and you can give me a follow, I'd really appreciate it more than you can imagine. Um, is this a judge coming back now? I have no idea. They all stood up, so presume he's on the way back. Here he is. Let's see what's happening then.
right, so first on the issue of the defense's motion to dismiss, the motion is granted to this extent on the January 2022 burglary indictment. I do find that the alleged offense of violation of privacy does not apply here. While you might think of a mudroom, a barn attachment in common vernacular as a private place, that's not what the legislature defines as a private place for violation of privacy. It defines it as having a characteristic of a place where you'd reasonably expect to have intimate body parts exposed, which is not here. So there's no evidence that the defendant intended to commit that offense when he entered that area, assuming that he did. So it's granted to that extent. I have to take under advisement whether the lesser included offense of criminal trespass survives. I just don't have time to research that right now, so I'll look at that over the weekend, or maybe even by the end of the day today. So that's where we are on that.
I would really rather not start Mr. Guerrero's testimony.
But you're going to.
Sure.
We don't have time to
Understood.
and we've got an hour and 15 minutes
Understood.
to be used.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Bring in the jury, please.
Okay. So he did the right thing.
Please remain standing. Jury entry.
Good on him. I think it's criminal trespass. I do think that it is that, though. I'm not sure the legality, so I'll leave that to the judge. What a good decision. What a good decision, Judge.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, so as you know, the state has rested its case. This is the opportunity for the defense to present any case it wishes. And it's my understanding that Attorney Starbranch, on behalf of the defense, will be calling the witness. Attorney Starbranch?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm going to call Mauricio Guerrero.
All right, Mr. Guerrero, if you could come to the witness stand, please.
I'll take this for the witness. We do stop.
I'll swear. And sir, if you'd remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give to the jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the penalties of perjury? Please be seated. Just ask you to keep your voice up, please.
Would you tell your name is if you spell your last name?
It's spelled Guerrero.
It is
Mauricio
Guerrero.
Guerrero.
Are you a little embarrassed?
Yes.
You're a testify before. You're very soft-spoken, not has to keep your voice up. Can you tell the jury where you're from? I give you some water.
I'm from Bensalem, Pennsylvania.
Can I get you a glass of water?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
And how old are you?
I'm 22 years old.
How long have you lived in Pennsylvania?
Almost my whole life, basically.
Did you go to high school?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that. Where'd you go to high school?
Bensalem, PA, Bensalem High School. I've been there. I started in 2015 and then in 2019.
You're not still in high school, obviously, right?
No,
You're 20 years old, is that correct?
22.
Not 19 or 20.
Yeah. Oh, I was
But now you're 21, is that right?
22, sir.
I mean, 22.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, at the time this went on in February 2022, how old were you?
I was 20.
You were 20 then, okay. What is it you do in your time for living, not in high school?
Mostly working.
And tell us where you work.
Oh, I work at my parents' restaurant.
Tell us a little bit about your restaurant.
It's a Mexican food place. We serve all type of foods, from tacos, burritos, everything.
Do you have any family?
Yes.
Can you tell us about who your family is?
My mother, Adriana.
Is she here?
Yes. She's right over there.
Anybody else?
My sister, Brenda Guerrero.
The reason I'm asking is that you say you work in a restaurant, that's actually a family restaurant, is that fair?
Yes,
And so, are all members of the family work there, or more or less?
more or less, but mostly.
Most. And that's where your sister is now?
Yes, yes.
I want to direct your attention back to October 2021. Is it possible that's when you first made contact with Richard Lucas?
Yes.
Tell us the best you can remember when you made contact. And how.
So on October 8th, around 11 at night, Miss Nunez was on live broadcast on OnlyFans, and she stated that someone would give me, I don't remember how much.
Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
What's going on? If he starts crying, I can't watch it. I get it. His life's on the line here. Not his life, but he could be facing like 7.5 years in jail. No, he's not actually now, is he? But it's like, come on, you're a dirty bastard. You filmed a vagina, so don't start crying for that. I've sympathy for him in terms of how she manipulated him, but not for recording a vagina. Fucking go around going, oi. Let's record. Nah, you don't do that, son. You don't do that, mate. So all this crying and stuff. Nah, I don't buy it. Not like that. I get the whole manipulation stuff. She's a bitch, but doesn't give you the right to record a vagina, son. Pop, pop. Nope. So that's why I can't. If he starts bawling his eyes out like he just did, I'm just like, oh, I can't. This mic's like his fucking dick that night. What? Hey, it's going up. Bring it back down. Like she's a bitch for giving him like a 5-second blowjob and going, nah, I'm going in. But still, should never have recorded her.
Well, Mauricio, I'm asking you about Rachel Nunez and her interaction with you. Okay? I'm not asking about anybody else's interaction or that sort of thing. Just when you and she were talking about you and she. Okay?
Yes.
Not anybody else. I understand OnlyFans is probably has other clients, but I'm not asking about them. I'm only asking about you. Okay? Right? You have to say yes or no.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry. So tell us, and again, I want to know, when you met her, or actually first had contact with her in October of 2021, it was because you were subscribing to her OnlyFans page, if that's the right word?
Yes.
Am I expressing this correctly? Tell us what actually what the dynamic was. How did it work?
We'll just buy a subscription, depending like how long, a month or a year maybe, or just monthly. And I was a subscriber to her account.
And how you pay for that? You use credit card?
Debit card, credit card.
And so when you were doing the OnlyFans, when you were purchasing her content, if that's the right word, at some point the two of you begin to communicate.
Yes.
Tell us how that began. Tell us how you began communicating with her.
I first gave her my number, and then she texted me on iMessage. Did I call it now? I'm sorry. We started contacting on October 9th, around 12, I believe, in the morning, 12 in the morning.
And was she calling herself Rachel Nunez?
At first, no.
What was her name in the beginning? What was she using for you?
It was under Isabella Nunez.
So at first you thought you were communicating with somebody, Bella Mendes?
Yes,
Isabella.
Isabella mostly.
So she actually sent you a text message and you began communicating by text, is that right?
Yes.
And did you begin to, and I want to say, let me ask you this way. At some point, the relationship seemed to develop between the two of you in October. Or was it later?
Later, not yet.
In November?
Starting
19.
to.
And tell us about that. Tell us how it developed in November into a relationship that's more than subscriber and content.
Well, we would FaceTime.
FaceTime.
We would FaceTime, start to FaceTime mostly. Instead of like once in a while, it would be every single day and texting at the same time. And we would talk about things, about what we liked about each other, and what would she like to do, what was her like plans, her goals, her future, what were mine. We talked a lot about that.
Did you ever talk about sex?
Yes, talked about that a lot.
So, I understand that a lot of times when we talk about sex, is it fair to say that we'll also talk about personal things as well?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Okay. You seem very soft, and I hear pretty poorly, so I'm sorry.
Sorry, sir.
So, at some point in November, did she begin to express to you that she had feelings? If you remember.
I'm sorry, I can't recall, sir.
Okay. Don't worry about when it was. At some point, did she tell you she had feelings for you?
Yes.
What would she say? What kinds of things would she say to you?
That I love you, that mostly I love, it was mostly those words.
Were you receptive to that? Did you like that, or did you push it off?
I did like that.
Tell us about it. Explain.
How so, sir? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
How so? I'm sorry.
Well, you tell us in your own words where you were when she says to you, "I love you," and how that felt. Did you reciprocate? Did you say, "I love you" back? Send her things. Tell us what's going on.
Well, I will say I love it back and nice things. We would tell nice things to each other mostly, and it was mostly nice things that overall that we tell each other. That we tell each other. I'm sorry.
Maybe you can read it a little further on the microphone too.
We were nice to each other. Sorry.
You really have to do a little better on the volume.
Sorry about that.
I can't hear you. It's possible some people in the church can't hear you. So.
Okay.
You explain to us about how this relationship developed.
Well, I would buy her gifts. We talked about, well, first we talked about buying gifts to each other. Mostly me to her. And later on, she sent me her mother's address first. And then she sent me her own address in Dover. I did send her gifts. I did send her a TV, a fireplace, and some, I believe, like bodysuits or lingerie.
She let you know what she wanted?
At first, I was telling her, like, what would you want? And she said, yes, I would like a fireplace and a TV. She sent me a list of what she would want for her apartment in Dover.
So that wasn't where you sent the TV?
No, at first, she told me to send it to her mother's place because it was the better location to send it at.
Were you also getting explicit pictures from her?
Yes.
More than a few?
Yeah, more than a few, a couple.
When I say explicit pictures, genitalia.
Yes.
And did that continue throughout, or did that stop, or was that part of the relationship?
No, it continued without it. I would stop getting, I would just get her that, but we would still send each other. She would send me mostly pictures of genitalia back and forth.
Did she ask you to send her something?
Yes,
Did you do that?
a couple.
As is, moving more towards December now, it's December of 2021. How would you characterize that? How would you characterize the relationship? Was it a relationship that you want to move forward? Were you good with the way it was? Was she good with the way it was? How did you feel the relationship was developing as you head into December?
I felt that it could have become something more than just FaceTiming and talking, texting at me on the phone.
Did she sort of suggest that herself as well?
Yes. She talked about we could meet up. She talked about many things about mostly I'll come up to Dover or to New Hampshire mostly.
Now, the discussions you're having, they're on text, on OnlyFans, on FaceTime. Is there any medium you're using? Are you calling each other on the phone?
We would. I'm sorry. We started using somewhat of Instagram a bit, I would say a little bit, not too much. We will mostly use those applications the most during that time period.
And did you, towards December, begin to feel that it was time for you guys to meet? Did she suggest it? How did that start to come about? How did you discuss meeting up?
Well, she talked about it a lot on FaceTime and text messages as well, so I said it was a good time. And at first, I thought it was risky because it's a long drive. But
How long is it?
Like five and a half hours or 6 around that time.
So at first you weren't exactly excited to go up, or you had misgivings about it? Tell us about it.
At first, I wanted to, but I didn't. And then back in a couple first days in December, and then I decided to do it.
And she was, as far as you knew, on board with that? She wants you to come up?
I believed that she wanted me to come up.
Now that's interesting. You thought. Why did you think she wanted you to come up?
Because we talked about meeting up, about me coming up, and well, also between that we talked about having intercourse with each other.
And was that something that you were interested in at that point?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything about her family life, who she lived with, where she lived in New Hampshire?
Well, she said that she lived in Dover with just an apartment with her child.
What's your child's name?
Weston.
Did you at any point have any contact with Weston?
Only through FaceTime.
FaceTime?
Yeah, I would see him a bit. I would hear him sometimes, but I've seen him on FaceTime. And
did you speak with him at all, or anything like that, just hi, or something like that?
just a hi, just a simple hi. That's it. But yes.
Now, how did planning a visit go? How's that? What was the mechanics of planning your trip up to Pennsylvania? How did that?
I just decided to grab a couple shirts, everything, fill up my tank of gas, and just drive up.
And how'd that go? Well, first of all, tell us roughly when the first time it was that you went
on December 6th.
Probably pretty sure of the date?
Huh?
You're pretty sure about the date, are you? If you are, that's fine. I'm not being funny.
It's around that time period.
Okay. 6,
7.
I told you arrived on the 7th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Around that. It was around.
Now, at the point you drove up the first time around the 7th, 6th or 7th, whenever it was, in 2021, were you feeling like you really had, were you starting to develop feelings, or was it still sort of client-provider relationship? Where did you think the relationship was when you went up there that first time?
Feelings. I believe we had feelings for each other. Because.
And she told you she had feelings for you? Yeah.
I can't recall, sorry.
She told you she loved you?
Yes. But.
That would count as a feeling, right?
Yeah.
Did you believe her?
I did.
So when you went up in December, in December, did you let her know you were coming, or was it a surprise?
It was going to be a surprise.
Did you think that was going to be a problem necessarily?
No.
But she didn't know you were coming.
She didn't.
And there was potentially concern about that, right?
Somewhat.
So you went up and I'm going to guess you didn't just knock on the door, right? How did that tell us?
I couldn't, because there was to get up to her apartment, she said that you had to enter a code to a door and you can enter the complex of said apartment. But
so how did you manage? How does it work? Well, did you drive up there? Would you park?
to drive up there and probably text her, but I was nervous to text her or tell her. I didn't know how it was going to go.
Did you weren't sure you were actually going to contact you having a second thought potentially?
It was.
Tell us why that is.
Because I believe she would have been disappointed in seeing me or seeing me. I believe she was too good enough for me. I wasn't good enough for her. I know.
So,
sorry.
So you have insecurity? Is that fair?
I do. I somewhat did at the time. I know I'm not an attractive person. I'm not someone really attractive, but she was giving me attention like no one else did at the time.
So you ran into her in December 7th? How'd that happen? How'd you actually make physical contact if you did?
December 7th, I decided to park in her apartment complex. I was nervous to go up there to probably knock on the door where she was, but at second thoughts, I was thinking about it. And then she came out of her car. I didn't know she was in there. And she walked inside.
Where'd you do that?
Well,
what happened next? What happened next?
I remember us talking about that she would have wanted a stalker.
When you say talk about, was this on FaceTime, on text?
Mostly FaceTime.
Okay. She thought stalker, talking about wanting a stalker.
Yes.
Was that right around the December period, in the beginning?
December and late November. So
there you are in the truck. Are you texting her? Are you calling her?
I
What are
thought,
you doing? Is there a stalker game going on at this point? Or what's going on? Tell us.
I didn't know what to do. I thought that I didn't know what to text her or call her, but I was texting her. I wanted to text her. And then, I'm sorry.
Did you see her?
I did see her.
Did she come out of the building?
No, she was going into her building.
Did she text you and ask you to do that?
1 o'clock games are off at noon game.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Did you let her know you were there somehow, or did she figure it out?
She figured it out.
How'd she do that?
She texted me that she saw a person in a truck, in a gray truck. And at first, she asked me if it was me or not. And I declined at first, but she started asking again and again. And I told her that it was me.
So you finally told her it was actually you?
Yes.
At first you were saying, no, it wasn't. Right?
Yes.
That wasn't true. It was you. excited about telling her that, but you didn't.
Yes.
How did she react to that?
She told me that it wasn't to do that, and she told me that I had to leave. That this is her place that she lived at, and she told me to leave, and I did.
And as you were leaving, did she send you texts?
Yes.
Tell us what the text.
She would text me if she, looked ugly while coming out of her car or anything like that. And I told her no. And later on, she would tell me that she missed me, that it was hot for me to do that.
Hot for you to come up unannounced and surprise her? That was hot.
Yes.
That
And
played the stalking game?
yeah,
Tell us. So how did you respond to that?
I told her that at first it was okay, but she told me that she missed me and she wished that she could have invited me up. But
This is all on the 7th, it was?
yes,
And so you go home.
yes, I tried. I was going home, and she decided to still text me around that time when I got home, asking me how was the drive back home and everything. And that,
So everything's all right,
yes,
back to the way it was, right?
yeah,
Did she continue to tell you things to suggest that how she felt about you?
yes, she still continued to say things like "I love you," and of course, then we would FaceTime again still a lot of times.
Did you talk about things like the Stalker game or the obsession game, or tell us what she was saying about that? And you started saying.
She said she wanted me to be obsessed with her, to be a stalker, that she liked it.
You actually saw her testify, right?
Yes,
She sort of said the same thing. Do you remember hearing her say that?
yes,
Was she accurate? Was that roughly how it happened? The game part, the obsession part, the talking part, is that consistent with what you remember?
yes.
So you go home, things carry on as they had been, whatever game is going on, and what happens then? Does it develop? Do you plan to trip back up here? Let us know what motivated you to come back here if you did.
I was waiting to come back here back on December 11th because Rachel decided that she was going to go out drinking that night and that she was going to get, let's say, blackout wasted. And
You get blackout wasted.
yes, to not be able to be conscious anymore. And I was afraid of that because she told me stories about her being blackout wasted before, years prior, and being raped by 2 men prior. And I told her not to go out. I begged her not to go out. But she did anyways. So I decided to drive up later that night to text her if she was okay or not. And she would not text me back until the morning. And when she did, she told me that she didn't want to talk about it. And I found later on that day by her on FaceTime that she...
Objection. Oh, that's saying it, you're saying.
Well, so it's not.
Why don't you come on up?
Well, he's gone deep, isn't he? I think he's nervous, but he's doing well. He's doing all right. Can't believe Rumble. Thank you very much, but guys, if one of you can't give me a follow, I think there's a problem here. With how many are watching on Rumble, come on, guys, please give me a follow at the alternate corner. I only need one person. Then I might actually just stream exclusively on Rumble. I probably won't. But I got videos I want to put on Rumble, but I don't because I don't get enough followers. It's weird. My videos do much better on YouTube, but my streams do much better on Rumble. So put a reminder in here now. Literally just a couple more people that follow me. Happy days. I'll stop asking them. It's funny because for years I followed YouTube and stuff like that, and I get it because I never used to follow or subscribe to anybody, just watch whatever I liked. But now I see the benefit of how it helps people. So that's why I'm like, I would appreciate follows and likes on the video. Same for YouTube. I'm not sure who's at YouTube at the minute, but if you could like the video, I really appreciate that. Don't worry, once they come back, I'll stop talking. Jeez. Rumble, don't have to fucking leave. Right, here we go.
So I think we were talking about December 11th, and you were telling us that she'd come back from an event that was out with somebody or other, and she had been drinking and was upset.
Yes.
What kind of impact did that have on you again? Could you tell us again?
That she was probably gonna get hurt by someone, or something may have happened to her.
And you were worried about that.
I was.
At that point, did you feel that you were in a relationship with her and that you should be worried about her?
Yes, I believe so.
What did you base that off? Why did you base that?
Because we talked about seeing each other again, that I would come up back again, that we would go out, I would take her to places, and we would really explore around and see everything.
And did you make plans to do that? Was it loose plans, firm plans?
It was loose plans.
What did the loosely speaking, did you think you might be meeting up with her based on your conversation?
Sometimes she would say, come back. We would see each other next month or in a week or so, maybe.
So it really was kind of loose. So, I mean, this is on about the 11th, is that right? And when did you actually come up again?
I came back again on December 22nd. Before Christmas. It's the week before Christmas. 20-something. It was
22nd?
22nd.
If she testified that was the 22nd, would that make sense to you?
Yes.
And did she know that you were going to come up on the 22nd? If you remember?
Again, first, no. But I had told her when I was in the area.
She waited till you were in the area to tell you up?
Yes.
And at that point, was she still living in Dover?
Yes.
And so where did you go? How does it develop? You arrived up, did you call her, text her, let her know you were there? How did this happen?
I texted her that I was in Dover and that I was outside.
And how'd that go?
First, she told me that she was busy, and then she told me to wait an hour or so, and now she'll let me out.
Was it an hour or was it more?
Approximately an hour and 30 minutes, almost, around that time.
But what time would that be?
1:30.
And I understand that you don't have the text in front of you, and I'm not asking you to reference the text. I'm trying to get the gist of the jury gets to feel how this is going, how this is developing. Okay, so I want you to talk.
Yes, sir.
Based on your memories.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you text her, she says, okay, it's going to be about an hour. It's supposed to be about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. And so an hour and a half, does she come down and get you, to go to the door, how'd that go?
She gives me the code to enter her apartment.
Give you the code, okay.
And so I go out the stairs and knock on her door, and she opens it. She just was wearing a gray robe and nothing underneath. And sorry.
And was Weston there? Did you meet Weston? Was he in bed?
No, he was in another room sleeping.
So, was anyone drinking alcohol?
She had I don't think it was a glass, but it was like a bottle, not a bottle, but I can't remember. It was something. She had like wine in it, and she wanted me to drink wine with her, but I decided not to because since I was driving, I couldn't drink.
You're also too young to drink.
Yes, I was a drunk.
At that time. In that time, she was 24, so that's you now?
Yes.
So she's has some wine, you're visiting, but not drinking wine. What happened on the visit?
We talked for a couple of hours at first. How was the drive? How I was? How she was? I saw her. I decided to, we were holding hands, and I saw her wrist, and I was concerned because they were marks.
What's the objection?
Relevant.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I was concerned about her because there were marks on her wrist, and it was marks that she decided she wanted to commit suicide or to harm herself. And
Talk about that later.
yes, I told her not to. I told her it was. I know it hurts. It's a bad thing to do, but it's not the way to do it. It's not the right thing to do for yourself.
And how'd your meeting or date, how did it conclude?
Well, first she started to take off her robe slowly, and she told me to take my belt.
You don't need a ton of details.
She told me,
You
well,
had intercourse?
we had an intercourse.
Okay. How many of you were this to know?
No, it's okay. Sorry.
But it culminated in sexual intercourse?
Yes.
And how did she respond? Did she say that was okay? Did she say it was awful? I hate never to see you again? You're a jerk. We'll never come back. What did she say to you after you had intercourse?
She said she liked it.
And did you believe that?
Yes.
You were prepared to believe that, though, right? You wanted to believe that?
I didn't know what to expect from it. I didn't know what to expect.
So you were pleasantly surprised that she was happy with you.
Yes.
And roughly when did you leave?
Around 4 a.m.
Now, during this period of time, it appears that there are literally thousands, tens of thousands of text messages from back and forth, right?
Yes.
What kinds of things would you discuss? And I'm more interested in the nature of your relationship, not specifically, but if there was some sort of game or some sort of routine or some sort of particularly unusual thing or aspect that you discussed, you know what I mean? I want to know what about your relationship? What was it like? What did she want you to do?
She talked about that she wanted me to rape her.
And would you say to that?
At first, I was shocked by it. I was shocked, but I didn't want to, turn her away and make her angry at me or sad or anything about that.
Did you play along with it?
I played along with it.
You still have the text message in your phone, right?
Yes.
And was this actually even before you actually had intercourse? She asked you that before intercourse?
No, that was after.
That? Now, you go home. By the way, was the Christmas tree out? Was there the presents?
There was a Christmas tree up.
Did you bring any presents yourself?
Yes.
What did you bring up?
I were bringing a couple toys for a child, Weston.
What did you bring?
Also, there was a truck and 2 action figures. It was 2 action figures Speakers in a monster truck.
Your monster truck. Had you brought anything up to Rachel at that point, aside from the gifts that was sent? Did you give her other gifts, homes, money? No.
I had given her flowers when I met her in December 22nd.
On the 22nd?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I had also before that on December 7th, I had given her money to fix her car because the windshield was broken.
So you talked about that on the 7th of it?
Yeah.
So she told you that before she sent you away, or did you know that when you came up?
I knew that when I came up because I seen her windshield and it was cracked. It was kind of cracked, going cracking.
How did you give her, if you didn't stay very long, can you tell us how you gave her the gift and what exactly was it? How much money was it?
I can't recall how much it was. I just left her somewhat on her windshield and told her that she needs to fix it.
And how did she receive that? Was she okay with that? Did she
She was okay with that. Later on, she told me that she had repaired it.
She had repaired?
Yeah.
During this period, December, was she angry with you? Was she always happy with you? Did you guys stay friends all the time? Did you fight?
We would.
Consistent relationship?
It was somewhat arguments, not too much. But I would say it was pretty okay. It was fine relationship.
Did you think it was fairly typical?
I believe so.
Did you have a lot of experience dating at that point?
I had never been in a relationship. I had never been in one before.
So, at some point, it looks like people block each other. Is that right?
Yes.
Tell us how that dynamic would work. Did you always block her, or would she always block you?
She would always block me first. It was always something like an argument, not even important. She would get mad about, and she would block me.
And what kinds of things would you say? Now, we saw some text messages. Give us a flavor of some of the arguments. Were they all like that? Was that a good representation of the discussions you have?
It was a good representation of what it was. She would say at first, I'm blocking you and stop talking to me, to the next time we were talking to, why aren't you answering? Please text me back. Somewhere around that, she was texting me, just saying to text it back.
So she would block you, she would call you, or how would she get back in touch with you? How she blocked you?
Unblock me and call me sometime around the day, I don't know when, and I would call her back, or I would answer the phone when she would call me.
Then it was back to the relationship?
Yeah.
At some point, did you block her?
Yeah.
Or stop talking to her? Tell us if you tried to exit the relationship with someone.
It was around January. I tried to stop talking to her. I was done with everything that she was telling me. I wanted to stop talking to her. And when I did, we had to stop talking for a week almost. And she decided to tell her friend to text me if I was okay or not. If I was okay, if I was alive or something.
Did she want you to call her?
Yeah.
Did you?
I called her back.
And did you talk?
We did talk.
And how did that go? This is in January.
January, it was pretty fine. I wanted to keep something between us still, but I still believed that we were going back into a relationship, that we were still something.
So at that point, January, you thought you were still in a relationship?
Yes.
And do you guys play the same games?
Yes. During those times, she would ask me to come up again, multiple times.
And when you would come up on those times in January, how would you receive? Would you receive with welcome, or was she happy to see you? Is it some of this and some of that? Tell us. Was it always good that she came up?
I believe that she wanted to come up, and when I did, she would tell me that I can't come outside, I can't go, I'm busy, and also somewhat of anger towards me.
She got angry with you for coming out?
Yes.
How would she express that?
She was asking me, why are you up here? Why did you come up here? And I always told her, because you told me to, that you want me to come up there to see you, and that you wanted to see me.
Was this always on text or was it on FaceTime?
Text and on FaceTime.
So you would, so in January, did you go in January and try to visit?
Yes.
And what happened when you got there? Was it more than once or was it once in January? Do you know?
It was twice on January. The first time I decided to come up, and I had gotten a hotel and stay there, and she had later found out that I was staying in the hotel, and she said she wanted to come up to see me, but she couldn't because she had to take care of a child, and I was okay with that.
Was she still in Dover or was she somewhere at this point?
She had moved to Somerworth, to her mother's place.
Did you know where that was?
Yes.
How's that?
She had texted me back in, I believe, November or October.
Okay. And so did you physically see her, even though you may not have had contact? Did you physically see her in January ever?
I saw her just by her mother's place. She saw me outside her house, and I had waved hi to her, and she waved back at me. And then she told me to go back to my hotel, and I did.
So you were staying at a hotel that time?
Yes, mostly, and also just exploring Portsmouth and surrounding areas.
Did you always use the hotel or bed and breakfast, or Airbnb?
Mostly hotel in January.
Did you ever stay in your truck?
Stay in my truck, not for a couple hours, just to drive around in January.
Tell us about the second time you went.
I went up and I decided not to tell her. And I was staying in the hotel again, but I was also around Portsmouth and Dover, and that's it. So that's what I can recall from those memories, from those times.
When was the next time they went to visit? Well, let me ask you this. You seem to have a penchant for video and photographing things, is that what they say?
Yes.
Is that something new or something you have in all your life, or tell us why you do it and what you do?
I mostly take pictures of anything, or it's just a random thought that I think of.
Take pictures of Rachel? Well, so she sent you pictures. Take pictures of her home?
Pictures of home?
Yeah.
Well, outside of her, which home?
Well, let's take it a step at a time. You would come up to visit, you would use your video at some point and video something and show it to her, or would you know you were there, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about it. Don't be shy.
I would text her, I would take a picture where I was in the area or around her place. And at first she would be mad at me, saying why I was here, and then tell me to go back. But when I was trying to, she would ask me to come back again, and why did I leave? And she was saying that she was missing me.
It seems like she was happy to send you away and then tell you to come back. Did that happen?
Yes.
How often did that happen?
Most of the times that I was here in New Hampshire.
Well, how many times did you say you were in New Hampshire, aside from last year? You were in a relationship with Rachel, how many times do you think you came up here?
Around 6 times.
Did you see her, did you see her in February?
Yes.
Tell us about that. How was that? Planned trip? Did you know you were coming up? Did she know you were coming up? What was the circumstances? We're talking about February 7th, roughly, is that right?
Yes. She didn't know I was coming up.
And at that point, was your relationship in a good place, a bad place?
It was in a bad place.
But you came up anyways?
Yes.
Okay, so when you came up February 7th, is that right?
Yes.
You got here, what did you do? And so, did you go in her house?
Yes.
Why?
Because I believe it's something she would have wanted me to do.
Okay. And while you were there, did she know you were there?
No.
So you didn't ask her if you were coming out? She never told you to come in the house, right?
No.
Okay. You said you thought that would be okay.
Yes.
Why did you think that?
Because we would talk about it. We would talk about many things, and I just believe that if I did this, that she would be happy that I did it, that she would be okay with me doing it.
Now her mother was there, right? Did you know that?
I did know that.
You ever talked to her mother?
No.
Her mother never said it was okay to do that, right?
No.
So the first time in February, on the 7th, the first time you entered, can you tell us roughly how that went down? I know you're listening to testimony about interviews with you and things like that, but I want to hear from you. You get there February 7th on a Monday. Was it in the morning?
Early in the morning.
And what happened? When did you go in the house?
Sorry.
Take it, take it. You want some water?
Yes, please. Thanks, sir.
Thank you. So it was early morning on Monday morning, February 7th, as we left off.
Yes.
You go in the house.
Yes.
Tell us what.
I went to the house, and prior before that, I had left my beanie, my glasses, and a belt at her apartment in Dover. I asked her multiple times to send me it, and she did. She said that that she had lost it on the move, but I didn't believe her because she told me that she saw something like it around. She saw something like it, and I thought she had it still. And she also wants to throw it away.
By the way, she said you left the TV set in the fireplace before that.
For that she was also going to throw that away. I had also asked for that, and she said that she was going to throw it away, and I begged her not to. That I wanted it back.
So this is during the fight periods of the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. And the relationship, did it always stay down, or did it go up, go down, go up? Can you tell us what the cycle that was?
Which cycle? I'm sorry.
This is about, you gave her the TV set, you gave her the fireplace, then she said she could give it back to you. Then you make it up, or did you get the TV set and the fireplace back?
I didn't get it back. She never sent it back.
So on February 7th, again, you go in on February 7th, early in the morning. Did you take it to eat? Bring something in bed? What did you do? Tell us. This is the time.
Sorry. I decided to. Sorry.
Let me ask you this, is something you're proud of?
I'm not. I'm ashamed.
How do you feel telling your brother and sister about this?
Sustained.
I'm ashamed.
Okay. You are ashamed of yourself.
Yes.
This is your time to tell the jury what happened, if you can.
Sorry. I'm just scared. Sorry.
Could you wait?
Yes.
How?
It was the back door. It was,
Did you use anything to get in? How did you do it? How that work?
it didn't.
Why?
I wasn't strong enough to pull it up, to jam it in, to pull it up. And so I decided to go to the back bar window and decided to pull. Sorry, I said to pull the window, the barn door window in the back open. And I did.
So you got in the barn door window?
Yes.
The barn door with a nail in the window, is that the one I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you remember the nail?
I remember the note too much.
So how did it go from there? You gain entry to the back? Barn?
Yes.
Tell us.
It went in the back. I remember it was being cold that night, and I saw my fireplace and TV, mostly the fireplace, and I wanted to leave with it.
What did you do there?
What was that?
What you said you see wanted to leave it?
I wanted to leave with it
Okay.
and take it back with me, but I wasn't strong enough to carry it by myself.
And so, what happened then?
I decided to look for my belongings, my hat, my beanie, I mean, my glasses, and my belt.
You videotaping at that point, or taking pictures at that point?
Not yet.
Okay. Had you found the poem at this point? Did you find it earlier? Did she give it to you? What poem?
Can't recall
If you remember.
I can't recall too much of the poems there.
So, you looked around, you couldn't find your beanie, you couldn't find your belt. What happened then? Any house keys or
I did.
stock car belts?
I decided to take the house keys
Why?
because I couldn't remember why. It was just an impulsive thought that
What'd you do with the house keys?
I had made a copy.
Was this something you planned in advance?
Um,
You said it was impulsive?
Not too much. I didn't point it too much along.
So, did you leave the house?
I did. I did leave the house with the
Can
key.
you tell us what happened then?
I had made a copy.
Would you do that?
I decided to leave and go back to Portsmouth to an Airbnb.
I'm asking where you made the copy.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said something else. I made the copy at Walmart.
And did you come back to the house right away, or what happened?
No,
Tell us where you went.
I went back to Portsmouth to a Airbnb.
And how long were you there?
I can't remember when. I can't remember too much about it. I did stay there for hours.
Is your memory completely clear on what happened?
Not too much there. I
You-
I didn't sleep too much during those days.
Had you slept at all since you drove up?
Oh, what was that?
Had you slept at all?
No,
What time had you left Pennsylvania?
I had left Pennsylvania around 11, 11 at night on Sunday. Friday.
You drove all night?
Yes.
And did you get any sleep when you got here?
No.
So then you went into the house, got the key, went to Walmart, get a coffee, went to your Airbnb. Did you get any sleep there at that point?
No, not yet.
Tell us what happened then. You went to Airbnb for a period of time.
Yes, I was mostly on my phone.
With who?
Just scrolling through applications, I remember, sort of, and getting food, and just walking enforcement mostly.
Did you walk on enforcement?
Yes.
Did you at some point return to the house?
Yes, I decided to return later to return those keys.
Which of the keys? Was not the opener, did you remember the table? Do you remember?
Under the table, sir.
And did you do anything with the video or the camera at that point, or what did you do? Tell us what you did when you came back with the key.
Came back with the key. I decided to still look again for my stuff, but I couldn't find them. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I wanted to take some of her stuff, some of her undergarments, and take.
Was this something you thought out ahead of time?
No.
When did that thought occur to you?
Later on that morning or afternoon, sir.
While you were walking around the house?
Yes.
Were you videoing at that time?
Yes.
I don't mean the original.
Oh, yes. Yes.
So at some point, was it the second visit, you picked up some underwear, or is that what?
Yes.
Not the second visit that day? If you can remember.
I can't remember, sir. I'm sorry. I can't remember, sir.
Did you remember at some point you picked up some underwear?
Yes.
And what did you do with the underwear?
I took it back to my truck.
And what did you do with the truck? Did you put the truck and throw it away? Stick it in the console?
I just put it in the console. Just threw it in there.
How about pictures? You see any pictures while you're in the house?
Yes, sir.
Did you know these pictures were there? I say there, I mean, wherever it was you found them.
Yeah, they were just there in the living room, mostly.
Did you know you were finding them? Did you happen to find them?
I just happened to stumble across them.
When you look at the pictures, what happened? Did you recognize the pictures?
Yes, I recognize the pictures.
What was it about the pictures that you recognized?
Mostly Rachel's pictures from years prior. I can't recall what date it was, when they were, but it was of hers.
Were they some kind of bin, some kind of box?
No, they were almost like a casket, like a little.
Like a casket?
Yeah.
Box.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Were there other things in the box?
Not that I can recall, sir. It was just random things in there.
Any holes in the box?
Homes?
If you remember.
No, sir. I'm sorry.
So you took some pictures that you took?
What's that? Sorry.
You took some pictures? You took?
Yes.
What did you do with the pictures?
I also had them. I took them back also to my truck in the glove box. I mean, in the glove box, in the same place where I put the undergarments.
Okay. So it wasn't a console in the glove box? Is that right?
Console. They're in the console. Sorry.
Was that the same trip?
Yes.
And so as you go back to your truck, with the underwear and the pictures in the console, where'd you do that?
I decided to, I was hungry. I started to become really hungry and went to McDonald's and got breakfast.
Well, what time is this?
10?
Had you talked to Rachel yet that day?
No,
Texted her, FaceTime, anything?
not yet.
After breakfast, after you go back, did you go back to the house after breakfast?
Yes,
Did you bring her breakfast with you?
yes.
Tell us what happened there.
I decided to walk in through it was, sorry, through the back door of the house. And when I walked in, I just went upstairs and
Did you have the key by then?
yes, but
You didn't have to use it.
I didn't have to use it.
When you walk in, this is February, are you boots, Vans, or whatever they're called?
Vans.
And so now this is the third time you're in the building, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you say you went upstairs. Did you leave your Vans there, or did you go upstairs? Tell us what happened. If that was the right time. Tell us.
I still have my Vans on.
You say you went upstairs. Where upstairs did you go?
It's the attic.
To the attic. And you went to the attic. What happened there? Did you do that?
I still want to find my things, and I wonder if they're in the attic or not. And when I couldn't find it, I tried to find them in the attic, but it was dark in there.
It was dark.
It's dark. Even there was some light coming in. It was still dark. I had to use my flashlight. There was some boxes in there, but I couldn't make out what they were inside. But I tried opening them, but found nothing. And then I sorry. Can't really do too much about that.
This is still on the 7th? Or was it on the 8th now?
This is sorry.
Is this all real clear in your mind?
Not too much, sir. I wasn't thinking straight during those times. I wasn't thinking straight. I'm sorry.
But as you sit here now, is your memory real clear about exactly what happened?
Not too much still. It's still very confusing to me, sir. It's very confusing for me too. It's very confusing for me right now.
So can you tell us what happened on the 8th? Are you still in the, did you spend the night in the attic?
I didn't spend the night in the attic.
What happened then?
On the 8th, I was still in my Airbnb, and Rachel decided to call me, was texting me, and I was telling her not to. I didn't want to. And we were arguing about it. That I didn't want to text me, and I told her to stop. And I blocked her, and I tried to block her, and we had blocked. I had unblocking her again, and we FaceTimed, and she said she missed me and wanted to see me again.
You're actually in the house at this time, or your Airbnb?
That was the 8th. I'm sorry, it's the 8th.
That's okay. Why don't we just talk about this? You seem like you're having a fight with Rachel again while you're in the area. Is that right?
Yeah.
So tell us how that was going. What path did that take?
I was starting to become really sad because I didn't know what she would want from me. I didn't know what she would want me to do. Because she would ask me to text her, to call her, and then tell me to stop talking to her, that she hated me. So I didn't know what it was like. I don't know what she would want from me to do or to say to her.
At some point, you had the ability to meet up with her.
Yes,
How that?
she had told me she would be happy if I was up there. That she would be really happy if I was there. And I told her I was. And we FaceTimed. I showed her that I was up her street. And she sounded excited. She told me to wait and to park somewhere else. And she told me to park almost right in front of her house, up the street, in front of a fire hydrant. And I did, and I waited a couple minutes.
Did she like where you parked?
Not really, but I didn't know. I didn't know where else to park.
What'd she say about the parking lot?
That I couldn't get it. She felt it was too open to. She felt like everyone could see her. What was going on?
So you picked her up at some point?
I didn't pick. Well,
what happened?
I parked my car and she came to my truck. Sorry. And she just came out again in a rope, and I had the blanket in the back for her because it was snowing. It was not snowing, but there was snow outside, but it was really cold. And I had a blanket in the back for her. I told her to use it, but she didn't want to. And then she talked.
Did you stay parked in that place, or did you move?
I stayed in that place.
And you remember about what time it was that she came out?
Around between 11 to 12.
And so you had actually been to the Airbnb prior to going to see her that night?
Yes.
You go there, you park, and she comes out.
Yes.
When she came out, we talked.
We talked more than that. What was he doing there? Again, how was the drive? How I was, and that she couldn't believe that I was up there again to see her again.
Did she seem happy to see you?
Yes, she did. She seemed really happy. She did more than that. She started to give me
some sexual contact.
Yes, she started to give me oral.
And how long did that go on?
A couple minutes there, and then she stopped, and I was fine with that. I didn't want her to continue. She was uncomfortable or not, and we talked for a bit. We talked about I should go home, that I couldn't be there, and that I really needed to get home, and that I had.
She tell you could never come back there again?
Yes, she told me that not to come back again.
She made ever, or just the house?
Just the house. Just the house. But I didn't know to take it as to leave or still stay, because I was still in thought of her telling me to come back again later on, or saying that she would miss me, or she would get angry at me for leaving. So I didn't know what to do.
What did you do?
At first, I stayed outside her house. I stayed outside her house, and then 5 minutes in, I decided to drive away. She saw me drive away, and I was just a couple blocks down, and then I decided to turn back around and wait to wait for her to text me to come back again.
And did that happen?
No, I waited.
Okay.
I waited.
She never texted you to come back at that point?
No, sir.
So what did you do? After you later, what?
I just waited on my phone. Also listened to music for almost, I don't know, like an hour or so.
Did you expect she might text you again?
Yes. Yes.
That would have been typical, right?
It would have been, because it was always an hour after I left. She would have texted me back to come back to see her.
And after she didn't send you a text or a call you back, what did you do?
I decided to go in.
Sorry, what?
I decided to go back in to her house.
And how'd you do that?
I had also been using the back door again.
Okay.
And
Did you run in the back door?
yes,
Take your shoes off?
I did.
And why was that?
Because not to make too much noise.
So what happened when you were in the house that night? What'd you do?
I didn't think straight that night. I was confused. I was just really confused what she would want me to do. And
You went into the house that night. What was your intention?
my intentions, so just to talk to her again and maybe she, to make her happy again, that I made it in or something, because it's something like a fantasy that she would want me to do sometimes.
Do you think you might have possibly engaged in some kind of sexual act at that point? Is that possible? Is that off the table for you?
No, not a sexual act. No, I don't know.
So you walked around the house?
Yes.
Upstairs or down the stairs? Tell us where you went.
I went downstairs. I was downstairs. And
Did you go upstairs?
I did go upstairs. I heard some noise in her room, some phone going on. It was ringing a lot. And I checked the call. It was a number.
You checked the call on your phone?
Yeah.
Did you recognize the number?
No.
You concerned about someone calling?
Yes.
Did you consider your girlfriend at that point or not quite?
It was.
Did you wish you were a girlfriend? What do you think is going on? What do you think? If you know.
I think she was my girlfriend. I thought she was. She wanted us to be together. I believe. I knew. It just felt real to me that she wanted us to be together, and that she was okay with me doing these things. Because.
Do you go in her room?
Yes.
What did you do in her room?
First it was just like her phone ringing. It was in the floor in front of the bed. That's to tell her to I had to tap her foot to her, like, hey, what's going on? And I checked the number and it was some random number. And I decided to call it, see what it was. No answer.
You start 6'9".
Yes.
And what did you do then?
I found out it was this person that she knew. Some man named Nate, something Wilson. Nate Wilson.
So you need to be no boyfriend or something? Or You know?
I don't know.
What did you do then?
I
Was
then,
Rachel in the room?
yes,
Was she asleep?
she was.
Did you see Wesley in the room?
I did not.
What did you do?
I believe it was just a game of ours that she wanted to do, and so I decided to take a picture of her vagina.
When you say a game you played, you actually had received pictures of her before, like that.
Yes,
From
yes, there were pictures that she was sent to me.
and you were sending pictures of yourself.
Yes,
So you take a picture. What's she wearing, by the way?
just the robe.
Same robe?
Same robe, that's it.
Robe that she had on when you took.
Yes.
Okay. What happened after you took the picture?
I wanted to leave.
You wanted to leave?
Yes.
Tell us how that was.
I wanted to leave, and then I heard someone call out, "Wow!" And I
Someone
was,
called out?
yeah, and
Do you know who it was?
it sounded like Rachel. And when I went to go back, she tried to gasp, and I was scared, and so I went. She did like a loud gasp. I went up to my room. I went up to my room. She had, no, not my room. Sorry.
She said that.
Yes, but sorry. Just I went up to the attic, and I don't know what to do. I wanted to leave. And I heard someone say cops, and so I wanted to leave as soon as possible.
Did you get a text from Rachel?
Yes.
When did you get the text from Rachel? When did you get the text from Rachel?
It was minutes after that.
Minutes after?
Yeah. Saying, "What are you doing? I just saw you." And yeah. And,
Did you answer?
no,
Did she threaten you if you didn't answer?
I knew she would.
Did she threaten to call the police if you didn't answer? She sent you a text about that, right?
Yeah.
Council, we need to recess for the day. So we will resume. Folks, I think you were given the calendar of 10:30 on Monday. Actually would like you to be here at 9:30. All right, so 9:30 on Monday. We will resume with the testimony, and then I expect we'll have closing arguments and you'll have the case. All right? Please leave your notebooks behind, and again, if you are inadvertently exposed to any media, let me know Monday morning. Thank you.
There we are. For 9:30 Eastern Time, Monday. 2:30 UK time. To finish this off. This judge don't give a fuck. He's like, alright, my dinner's gonna be ready in a bit, so let's finish it. I like it though. I like it. So she had a fantasy.
Go back to your table. And so the schedule is way different than I thought it was going to be. So be here at 8:30 Monday morning. We'll do the charging conference then. I'll get a set of instructions to you sometime over the weekend.
If I may, I'll submit my e-file. I do have a printed copy. I can give it to you now.
Well, make sure.
I gave him the Attorney Guerrero, he has a copy. I gave you a copy this morning. But I'm happy to e-file it this afternoon.
Yes, please do. Well, actually, I don't know if they'll get accepted, and I need to see them now. So if you have a hard copy. Yep.
I don't know what that's about. The judge is a bit pissed. He wanted to be finished tonight. But like him as a witness on this hard because he was so emotional. And when the cross happens, they're probably going to go hard at him, and there's probably another couple of hours testimony left here, then closing arguments. So I think we're going into Tuesday by the time we get the results, which is fine. That's fine. We'll be on watch, so it's all good. What I might do is record Hayden Fauci's mother, her jury session if it goes ahead, and play it on Tuesday. Oh, it looks like it's finished. I believe anyway. So that's it. So again, 9:30. Well, actually, it's 8:30. I believe it's starting back at 8:30. So check here. Yeah, so they're starting back at 8:30 on. I hate this because I haven't got lights on. 8:30 on Monday. It's 8:30 Eastern. So I'll set it up for 8:30 Eastern. It's all good. I think there'll be lots of breaks in between, so it's fine. So there we are. Set it up on the weekend, then 8:30 Eastern, and the one person that's here can watch it with me. Rumble. Oh, I'm so annoyed with you guys. Like no one followed me. It's just one task, Rumble. One task. But whatever. Fine. We'll try and do it Monday now. Get somebody to follow me. Got no issues getting people to follow me on Twitter, on YouTube, but on Rumble, I get so many people watching. Just I can't get them to follow the channel. And on YouTube, I get so many people following, but no one watches the bloody thing. So it's reverse. It's annoying. Anyway, with that, so in about 20 minutes, I'm going to be playing the Aidan Fauci's mother, her pre-trial meeting. So if you're around, you fancy it, whoever's here, Rumble and YouTube, I'll be back on in 20 minutes. So this is why you need to follow me, Rumble, so you get notifications. We're back on 20 minutes with a pre-trial thing that we'll follow next week then. All right, well, that's it. No one's got questions. As Christ-wise, thank you for saying Happy Friday. With that, that's a good ending to it. So, Happy Friday, everybody, and hopefully join me in 20 minutes. If not, enjoy your weekend. Take care. Bye bye.